I liked Silent Hill 2 Remake. It was really damn good. I as somebody who never enjoyed any of Bloober Team's previous games, thought they did a really, really great job with Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's a wonderful love letter to the original without trying to outdo it or replace it. It's very much its own thing. And it's very good in that regard. Techie. I do the same thing. Always think about Heather singing in DDR. Yeah. I love the fact that they re-rendered all of the scenes and remade the intro for Dance Dance Revolution just to have Heather's mouthing, like singing along with the words. So good. So good. Not to mention Your Rain, the Rage mix from Silent Hill 4 with Cynthia wearing booty shorts and dancing around. One of these days, we'll just do some Dance Dance Revolution on stream. Douglas outfit today, or is that only work on New Game Plus? It's only New Game Plus. We could do New Game Plus, though. I could do New Game, because I want to watch the Nightmare intro, and New Game Plus will skip that. But we could just watch the intro, and then quit, and then start a New Game Plus playthrough, if we want some silly Douglas stuff and extra weapons and costumes and things. Let's do that. am I? Gigantic sign right behind her that says Lakeside Amusement Park. Where do you think you are? But yeah, I still have Cam Hack mod installed. Oh shit, is that Legion? Yeah. It's Legion. There's Frank. A rabbit doll. No, it's a costume. Is there someone in there? Looks like there is, but I don't feel like making sure. It's a giant rabbit costume. Why would this be here? These are my favorite cagey box things, I think is what she says. And what's this? Something strange in a cagey box thing. I love it. I love how Heather describes things perfectly as like a 17-year-old would. A person? Not quite. I don't really want to stare at it for very long, whatever it is. I'll stare at it. I'll stare at it 9 times. Look at those wonderful, creepy, crawling textures. That was some super impressive stuff, especially for the time. All the moving, animated texture layers that this game uses. Can you fall in the hole? Oh, you can. But I'm not gonna. Also, I've got Princess Hard Eyes in New Game. I might have other cheats enabled. Other than just the cam hack. If I've got Princess Heart vision in New Game. Let's see if it's just a visual effect, or if I actually have it. Oh no, we actually have it. Yeah, I must have some weapon cheats enabled. It's fine. It's fine. Get wrecked, good sir. I love this design for Robbie. I know the other one is like super iconic, but I like the little simplified Robbie as well. Also, Konami merch. Where's our Robbie the Rabbit hats? Booch. Sexy beam. Stomp. Lakeside Amusement Park. There you go. There's Robbie the rabbit and Kathy the kitty. Looking absolutely terrified. What's your opinion on the symbolism of the rabbit in this game or any other creature / enemy? Well, having read interviews from the developers who created Robbie the rabbit, there wasn't a whole lot of thought behind it being deeply meaningful or symbolic. One of the producers was at I think it was like a train station or a mall, something where they were doing an event that had a rabbit mascot costume, and he was like, there was something sort of inherently unsettling about seeing this mascot, knowing that there was a person in it, but playing it as though it was a character interacting with all these kids and stuff. And then the artist who drew it, Usagi Tanaka, who actually took the concept and then designed the Robbie the Rabbit mascot itself, basically just made some designs based on that producer's input. So it was just something they thought would be creepy and appropriate for an amusement park. Not absolutely everything, and I say this as somebody who has been obsessed with the Silent Hill series, spending a lot of time researching it and playing the games and trying to understand deeper meanings to everything that has an intentional deeper meaning for the last 26 years or so. Not everything is meant to be that deep. Some stuff is just there to be creepy. Some stuff is just there to be weird. Sometimes you've got a body hanging out of an air vent. I never realized what this was until I did my first cam hack playthrough of Silent Hill 3. I always thought from this side, because you go into this room, this little control room, I always thought this was just like a hunk of meat or something with the crawly texture on it. But it's the lower half of a body, and the upper half is hanging out of the vent right here. What's up, Black Indie Dev? I don't know what that means, but hi. Welcome. I don't know why you always gotta be so mean to me. Is there any way to survive this roller coaster? Yes, you just turn it off. You just turn it off. You sound different? Dude, I've had this conversation with people before. Your voice is going to change. I spent yesterday streaming for 14 hours. Today I'm running on very little sleep. My energy levels are different. My throat feels different. I'm not sitting here doing the in-depth story playthrough voice. I'm not sitting here recording YouTube iceberg commentary. I'm just talking to you guys kind of normally and casually, so my voice is going to sound different. Record your own voice in various different situations over a long enough period of time, you will sound like 8 different dudes. Don't give me such a hard time, man. Anyway, is there a way to survive this roller coaster? There is. It's not intentional. I can show you, because we're going to restart this and do a New Game Plus playthrough, which picks up after the nightmare sequence. But yeah, if you stand in just the right spot here, at just the perfect angle, there it is. So you can interact with the roller coaster lever through the wall and turn it off. You're not supposed to be able to do this during the nightmare. So this is locked, but I still managed to turn off the roller coaster. This is not intentional. So I'll show you kind of what happens. You can run to the end of the roller coaster, and the roller coaster will get turned back on, but Heather will jump out of the way.
To find the girl.
We get a cutscene where Douglas and Claudia are not rendered in.
To me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one.
Skip that. Heather wakes up. So this is what happens much later in the game, when you're in the amusement park for real, not the nightmare intro. So we've basically just skipped like 75% of the game. Imagine accidentally getting this on your first playthrough. You'd be so confused. That has happened to people. Going through the Silent Hill subreddit, I've seen people make a post where they're like, I'm following a walkthrough. It's my first time playing Silent Hill 3, and this is not what is supposed to happen according to the walkthrough. That legitimately has happened to some people. And as you can expect, they were very confused. Luckily, there were other people who knew about this glitch and like explained it for them so that they knew to like restart and not do that. But yeah, it has happened to people. So you would think that speedrunners do this to like skip most of the game, but here's the problem. If you open up your inventory, you still have the same inventory from the nightmare. And you're missing a very important thing. You don't have your necklace. You don't have the Aglophatus. Which means you can keep playing the game all the way up until the final confrontation with Claudia, and then not be able to fight the last boss. Isn't this glitch only available on PS2 emulator? Correct. It only works on emulation. If you do it on console, the game just crashes. You'll just get a black screen and everything freezes after the roller coaster cutscene. Okay. Now, let's start off from after the nightmare sequence, from where Extra New Game takes off. But first, Konami code. Heather's moan lets you know you did it correctly. Konami code, by the way, up, up, down, down, left, right. Cancel, confirm, start. Circle X, start if you're on a PS2 controller like I'm using.
What a nightmare.
What does the code do? Just got here? Pay close attention to Douglas. Let me know if you notice anything different about him.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Carter. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Hot day today. Yeah, exactly. How do you get him in underwear? So first, finish the game on regular new game so that you unlock extra new game plus basically. And then when you put the cursor on new game plus on the main menu, you have to put in the Konami code. Up, up, down, down, left, right, circle X, start. These are very serious games. They deserve respect. I mean, true. Still don't see what's wrong. Was it a different color tie? Yeah. Wonder how that was even discovered by people? Because back in those days, like, I mean, most people found out after strategy guides And data mining? This was before the days of like really in-depth data mining and sharing that information around. No, most people would have found out through strategy guides or video game websites in 2003, GameFAQs, Brady games. It was also the era where people would just try stuff. Konami uses that code in tons of games, and by that point, even back in 2003, Konami used the Konami code in a lot of different things, so people would just probably try it. The mark on this mirror, it looks so familiar somehow. What do I know it from? Where did I once see it? And why does my head hurt so much when I try to remember it? That weird old detective is out there, so I'm not leaving. Not even wearing pants. Yeah, Cheat CC. Good old Cheat CC. What's up, Crimson? Cheat Code Central. Lovely ray tracing. Yeah, you want to see how this ray tracing works? Let me cam hack and just clip over here. Oh, look. It's just another room with another Heather in it. That 2003 ray tracing. Oh yeah. Let's bother the person on the toilet. It's occupied. Rude of me to keep on knocking. Road's blocked with empty boxes and stuff. I can't get through. And I don't have a map for this area. And I forgot to enable costumes. We need at least one of these. Bonk. What I love about this game, if you put in the costume code and then start your game, you're wearing it right off the bat. So you get to watch these intro cutscenes with the new costume.
What a nightmare.
Anyway. What's the badass tattoo one? Oh, God of Thunder. We could do that one too. See how many times we can get Nub to restart this game. Is that the goal today? Slow down the marathon by as much as possible. Hold on. What's the code for that one? Pull up my notes real quick. Gangster Girl. That's what it was. Is this Silent Hill the only one with a teenager protagonist? For the next 66 days? Oh, I guess Short Message. Damn you, Short Message. Yeah, Short Message also exists. But then Silent Hill F comes out in like 66 days. Do I have to do it again? Part of me kind of wants to own an old typewriter. Just feels like something worth using because I'm old. I like the feel of old typewriters, but actually typing on them and using them is, when you're used to typing on modern PC keyboards and stuff for so long, and you haven't used an old school typewriter in a long time.
Nightmare.
It's weird. Shattered Memories, technically. Cheryl is everything that Shattered Memories is like revolving around. But calling her the protagonist is a bit of a stretch. Like, you're still experiencing the game through Harry Mason's perspective.
Dad, it's me.
Even if he ain't real.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay.
Meow, 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 meow. Is she okay? Her skin looks fucked up? Hey, rude. Rude. She just got a lot of tattoo work done. She's looking a little bit pale. She did it all in one session. The artist told her not to do it. Should probably split it up. Take a break, drink some orange juice, something. She was like, no, power through. I want my sleeves. I want my full chest piece. All the way down to the hips. Make sure you get the little Valtiels in there. Need a little Valtiel? And then there's playing cards on her hands. Magical runes. I guess more like a Valtiel tarot card than a playing card. Also, here's Silent Hill. Way over here. It's in the background. Even though the start of this game is not in Silent Hill, you don't go to Silent Hill until Douglas drives you there later. But that is the Texon gas station. Just as a little background prop. PNG Hill. JPEG Hill. Having all these by like age 17 would be crazy. You ever seen a SoundCloud rapper? There's a lot of people who've done all this and more well before the age of 17. I love the ambient sound here. Hearing the like distant voices still kind of feels like there's people here very far away, like a few rooms over or something. But otherwise the mall is very empty. There's something more creepy. Rather than just being in an empty place where there's no voices, the sound of like distant muffled voices really adds to it.
What the hell is this thing?
It's definitely not human. I've never heard of such an animal. In no way is it a costume. Sounds crazy when you say it, but monster is the only word for it. But I don't think I'm crazy. Feels like a little Silent Hill 2 James dialogue callback. Monster? They look like monsters to you? How much of the original team was still around for Silent Hill 3 anyways? A lot of them. Hiroyuki Owaku. He was programmer for Silent Hill 1. He was the lead scenario writer for Silent Hill 3. Masahiro Ito, who was environment artist and creature artist for 1 and 2, still here for 3. Takayoshi Sato was still here. Masashi Tsuboyama. And a lot of these people were pulling double duty. They were also working on Silent Hill 4 because 3 and 4 were being developed side by side. But a lot of the core team was still there. Always wondered what the original Silent Hill 3 story was before they changed it to be a follow-up to Silent Hill 1. According to Masahiro Ito, that version of Silent Hill 3 was still in the conceptual stages, so they probably didn't even have a story completely nailed down. Maybe a vague overview, but it likely didn't even have a rough draft or anything. But yeah, there was a very different Silent Hill 3 that was in production for a very short amount of time before they switched over to this version of 3. Yeah, there's Angela. Poor Angela. Could never catch a break. But yeah, that original version of Silent Hill 3 was going to be an on-rail shooter. Similar to how the arcade game wound up. But yeah, it didn't even get to a point of development. It was in pre-concept stages. Angela's in this? Yeah, she is the head in the diner scene. When Heather's waking up, you see the back of somebody's head for a brief moment to kind of give the impression that there's other people around Heather in the Happy Burger waking up. That's Angela's head. And then you see Angela's body as the victim of that first closer enemy. Here's also the Silent Hill 2 strategy guide, the Japanese strategy guide for Silent Hill 2, as a little texture, little Easter egg on the wall, which is also Angela's face. You can see the main image is Angela's face. You've got James down there in the bottom left. And I think it's Laura on the bottom right. Might be Mary. Or Maria. Thought Silent Hill 4 was the on-rail shooter before they remade that. Nope, it was Silent Hill 3. Wasn't Silent Hill 4 originally a different horror game? That is a common misconception. But no. Silent Hill 4 was originally a spin-off. It was not going to be a mainline entry. It was just under the project name Room 302. But as they were developing Silent Hill 3 and 4 simultaneously, it was still the same dev team. It was still Team Silent working on it. They were experimenting with different formulas. They didn't want to just keep doing the same thing game after game. So they were trying out a lot of new things. No radio, no flashlight, having a hub world that you return to. All these things with Silent Hill 4 where they wanted to change stuff up. And then midway through development, they decided this game is better than just a spin-off. It should be a mainline title. So it became Silent Hill 4. But Room 302 itself was always intended to be a spin-off, still in the Silent Hill universe. But common misconception based on some poorly translated interviews with developers from back in the day that then got popularized by a lot of content creators like Twin Perfect and a few others. Hey, what's up, Rat? Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream the other night.
Sexy.
We're shooting eye lasers at fetus monsters. So, you know, welcome. That's what we do over here.
Sexy.
Yes, getting scared. I mean, we're playing with a bunch of extra new game stuff in Silent Hill 3, so it's a lot less scary when you're kind of playing it this way. This isn't Death Stranding. No, but I will be getting back to Death Stranding 2 tomorrow. Does she say sex while shooting the lasers? Kind of. She says sexy beam. There's actually two different things that she'll say. She'll say sexy beam and she'll say heather beam, depending on which beam you use and what costume you're wearing. So I put in some codes on the title screen to unlock some costumes, including this transform costume. It's a costume to change into the magic girl, Princess Heart. So let's put that on. Moon Prism Power. Henshin. Sexy Beam Shupatsu. Yeah, we go full Sailor Moon. And it changes our eye laser attack.
Sexy beam.
So we still have the sexy beam.
Sexy beam.
Oh, it's because I've got some cheats enabled. So she's always got, it's basically the game is always treating it as though I've got Princess Heart equipped.
Sexy beam.
So I can't actually do the Heather Beam. I can only do the Sexy Beam version. Oh well. Oh well. I've seen this pattern somewhere, and not just now either. A long time ago. When was it? And where? And why does my head hurt so much when I try to remember it? You're cheating? I am cheating. I have cheats enabled mainly because of this. I've got the cam hack installed so that we can look at stuff out of bounds. Because last time I did a playthrough of Silent Hill 3, it was to go through the game and cam hack everything. So we could look at all the environments up close, look at all the details, all the character models. And in the process of setting up that cheat, I also set up some weapons and stuff. And apparently one of the weapon cheats is still enabled so that I always have Sexy Beam. Anyway, I'm gonna get this lightsaber real quick. What? I don't have lightsaber? apparently I don't have lightsaber unlocked on this save file. Yeah, if you look at that doorknob, it's going to be difficult because I have a damn map. You can see the texture for it is different. Just phase through the door. No, it's not about going through the door, it's about the doorknob itself. So once you unlock the lightsaber, you have to try to go through this door, and instead of being able to go through the doorknob the handle itself falls out of the door. And it turns out it's the handle of your beam saber. But apparently I don't have it unlocked on this save file, which is weird. Also a little reference here, Helen's Bakery. This was actually going to be Heather's name originally, when they very first were writing the script and creating the character. Her name was going to be Helen Mason. And after they hired her voice actress and mocap actress, whose name was Heather Morris, they asked her about her name because they liked the name Heather, and Heather Morris kind of explained to the developers that Helen sounds older. It sounds more mature than Heather. Heather kind of has a little bit younger connotation to the sound of the name to most people. So because she's supposed to be a 17-year-old girl, they decided to take her advice and renamed the character Heather after her actress. Also time for the most famous meme. One of the biggest Silent Hill memes. It's bread. There's an entire achievement in Silent Hill 2 Remake for examining bread, where you get an achievement that just says it's bread. Here's the part that people who only know the meme don't realize. There's more. That's not all she says. The whole point of it being funny is like people think that's the only thing that she says about the bread, is that it is bread. But there's more dialogue. But I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. So for all you Silent Hill memers out there, know the full context. Give me these tongs. My question would be, why is this bread out? Because everybody kind of disappeared from the mall. Like, people have just kind of vanished. The mall was starting to close down. You can see some of the stores have their shutters pulled, but not all of them. So it's like, it wasn't quite closing time. It was getting there. And in the process of closing stuff down, weird stuff started happening. Claudia started affecting reality. Heather started affecting reality. The god that's growing inside of her starts affecting reality. And people start kind of poofing out of existence. We kind of start slipping into a fog world rather than reality. So, at this point, people are just gone. And apparently the bread was not put away before these people vanished. Holy spoilers! Yeah, if you don't want Silent Hill spoilers, do not be in my channel. We regularly talk about and spoil everything in the series for the most part, so be on alert. If you care about that sort of thing, just leave. Just leave. I don't take it personally. Is that a mod skin? Nope, this is in the game. This is an unlockable New Game Plus skin. Once you beat the game, you unlock the extra costume option on the main menu, where you can type in codes to unlock different skins. And if you type in Gangster Girl, all one word, with both G's capitalized, it unlocks this skin, the God of Thunder skin, which was designed by Masahiro Ito, the creature designer. Looks like a lot of malls nowadays, they saw the future. God, yeah. I kind of miss it. I'm 37. I remember the days when malls were still a thing. They still are in a few places, but definitely not like they were before. Most of them are more empty and run down than this. Back when skins were unlockables and not paid DLC. Back when DLC wasn't a thing because your consoles didn't connect to the internet. I mean, there were, you know, there were online games for PS2 at this point. Shit, this is 2003, so by this point I had already imported Final Fantasy XI. I was playing Final Fantasy XI on my PS2 after it launched in Japan. But games didn't do DLC, really. This is kind of before that time. Also, here is the best Easter egg. You want to talk about some foreshadowing? Norman Reedus. That's a magazine cover with Norman Reedus. That's Norman Reedus on the right there. Let me see if I've got... I should have this image somewhere. Saved on my hard drives. Yeah, here it is. Look at young Norman. The young Reedus. Silent Hill 3 predicted PT and Silent Hills. This is the first time that Norman Reedus appeared in a Silent Hill game. Oh, also, I got to do a shout out. Hold on. So the Team Silent environmental artist who designed this whole bookstore, all of these magazine covers, all of the artwork, everything in this bookstore, a lot of the environments in Silent Hill 3 are by Hiroko Usuda. And Usuda-san is a regular viewer of mine as well, because she also streams on Twitch and does artwork. Did I spell it wrong? There we go. There it is. So there we go. Shout out to Team Silent environmental artist, Hiroko Usuda. Go follow her on Twitch. She designed a lot of these amazing environments for Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4, which is going to be what we play right after this, once we finish Silent Hill 3. But she's awesome. And she's come in and joined our streams for the cam hack playthroughs and stuff like that before. Really cool person. Very, very nice. Super talented artist. And like I said, also a very active Twitch streamer. So go check her out. This is the only place where there's any room left. Should I just line up the books I picked up off the floor? We need to place the books out of order to get the code. No silly hard mode Shakespeare. For anyone who doesn't know, this puzzle on hard mode is notorious for being one of the most bullshit puzzles in the entire franchise. Not only does it expect you to know Shakespeare, which, you know, not everybody knows. Not every school in every county in every country teaches the works of Shakespeare. But it expects you to know multiple stories by Shakespeare, and it doesn't give you the information in-game to figure out which story is which. And even if you know that, you also have to do math kind of based on some really obscure mentions in a poem. Yeah, this puzzle on hard mode expects a lot of you, a lot from you. So it's kind of notorious for being bullshit in that regard. 5963. All you got to do on normal, throw the books, put them in order, get the code. It's okay to cheat? It is. I give you permission to cheat on hard mode Silent Hill 3 riddles. At least it's a static solution, so you can just look up the answer online. It's not randomized. Now, when you're playing on easy or normal, the riddle is randomized, but at least all you have to do is rearrange the books. Like, it's easy to do.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was the hand of God.
I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
God, I love the audio during that scene. That background music with the, like, chanting and wailing going on. Ponies and demons, huh? Oh, also... Subtitles on. Turn those subtitles on. For all of you out there with the hard of hearing and the desire to be able to read what people are saying, or watching with low or no volume. Auditory processing disorders, go. I feel you. There's something I kind of love about Silent Hill 3. Like Silent Hill 1, you find the radio in the diner, just sitting there. Silent Hill 2, James picks up the radio from the construction site. Silent Hill 3, it feels like they just throw it at you. You're like, fuck it. Here's your radio. A radio. What the hell is this doing falling down from the ceiling? Anyway, I guess that explains the static from just before. But all it's picking up is static. I wonder if it's broken.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be.
Just moaning and skin flapping noises. Valtiel, what are you doing to Fakura, lady? Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
Not even a kid could believe in this. But when am I going to back up?
Where will the radio come from in Silent Hill F? I mean, there were... One second. There were portable radios back then, depending on exactly when in the 60s it takes place. There were some early portable radios, and they were very popular among people listening to baseball games. So baseball was getting super popular in Japan. It still is huge in Japan. But I imagine we see like Hinako in the trailers. We see Hinako's friend Shu holding a baseball bat. So he's probably a fan of baseball. He might be somebody who listens to baseball games on the radio. We might see him have a radio that Hinako eventually winds up getting. That's my guess. Just guessing, just from context. Aw, puppies. Ominous foghorn chanting and wailing with the dogs like howling and stuff on top of it. Yeah, sound design in this game, environments in this game. This game in so many ways is so good. Like, for me, Silent Hill 2 is my favorite, but I mean, if it were on like a point system, this would be like my second favorite by like 0.1%, you know? It's very close to being my favorite Silent Hill game. And really the only reason I don't consider it my favorite Silent Hill game is because as a standalone game, Silent Hill 2 is the better standalone game. You don't need to play any other Silent Hill games to understand and appreciate Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 3 is fundamentally a sequel. Like, you need to know Silent Hill 1 to really appreciate everything that this game has. So, it's not as good of a standalone game, but in terms of like visuals and audio, environment, creature design, character design, acting, everything in it is on par, or even I would say better than Silent Hill 2. It's like a magic circle I remember reading about in a book on black magic. Does it seem so familiar because I read about it in that book? No, that's not it. It's not the book. It's from the altar. Altar? What am I thinking? Heather getting all of these little flashbacks. All of her memories from past lives are seeping into her brain. Silent Hill 4 is the only OST you can't listen to in its entirety because it gives you anxiety and paranoia. But 2 and 3 are the better games. There's a lot of stuff I love about Silent Hill 4. But as a video game, like the gameplay aspects of Silent Hill 4 are really, really rough. Like, visually, it looks very nice. Like, the audio and stuff, for the most part, is pretty good. A lot of the sound effects are way too stock and don't mesh very well. So, music and voices and stuff are very good. Sound effects are not as good, in a lot of regards. And then the gameplay of Silent Hill 4 is just, oof. I love that story, I love the characters, but I hate playing it. Maybe hate is too strong of a word. I don't hate it, but it's an annoying one. It's frustrating to play. Whereas like Silent Hill 3, I love playing this game. Absolutely love playing this game. The first 3 games, in general. There's a reason why I've just been playing them over and over on Twitch for the last 10 years, and playing them over and over in general for the last 26 years. Warning: when leaving the room, be sure to turn out the lights. It will be obvious if they are not switched off. A little clue to turn off the lights and show you where the flashlight is. But even if you don't do that, you can see the flashlight sitting there between the boxes. You can just pick it up. Not sure if you ever played the Fear and Hunger series. It's got some vibes. I have not. Never played them. I got Bleach. Wrong Bleach?
Sexy.
Wrong Bleach.
Sexy. Sexy. see beyond.
I got a hanger. Took a moment to recognize it. Well done. And don't go with me to karaoke. Whoa. Tsunaida kimi no te wa. It's funny, I've seen so many people play this game for the first time and pick up the bulletproof vest, and they read this first little bit of like what it does, like it hits heavy under a light jacket, but it should protect against monsters' attacks, and they're like, hell yeah, lower the damage that I take, and they equip it and never ever take it off without ever hitting examine and reading this part. The only problem is it's heavy and harder to move, so I'll run slower. And it's noticeable. Like you can see, that's my maximum speed there. Versus this. I mean, maybe it's just because I played this game so much and speed run it, but I hate how slow the vest makes you. Ladder hanging halfway down from the ceiling. Even if I stand on the table and stretch my hands out, I can't reach it. If only I had something long to snag it. Try to snatch it. Not too many bullets to dodge. So if you are trying to just like run past enemies, once you get to the slurpers, you definitely feel how slow that vest makes you. I'll tell you that much. Also, this is a little bit of a unique area. Once you climb up this ladder, you can see there's a little bit of space where you can still see the room below. This is one of very few places in the entire game. This might be the one and only place, really, where you can fall and take damage but not die. Almost every other cliff that, or like edge of a platform that you can fall off of, is almost always instant death. But like you can see, I'm in yellow health right now. A little bit faster blinking yellow. Even faster blinking yellow. So it's like little bits of damage each time you fall. It can't kill you. You can never die from this fall, but you can drain your health all the way to 0. And then yes, 0. Because health states work in kind of a weird way in Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. You don't die when your health gets to 0. You die when you get hit and your health is at 0. So let's say you have 10 HP and you get hit by an attack that does 20 damage. That attack doesn't kill you. It puts you to 0 HP. The next thing that hits you while you're at 0 kills you. Sounds like you tried? Oh, absolutely. I tried and tested everything you can pretty much imagine when it comes to these games. Little clip of Cheryl. Little glimpse of Cheryl from the TV in the mall in Silent Hill 1. Great little callback there, along with some foreshadowing. You even hear her voice say daddy. That audio is missing in the PC port of Silent Hill 3. So when this game released on PlayStation 2, some of the original voice actors from Silent Hill 1 found out that Konami was using their voices for a different game. They gave them the rights to their voices when it came to Silent Hill 1, but not Silent Hill 3. Konami is pretty notorious for kind of doing stuff like this too. It's not the first time they've been sued over voices. So one of the voice actors, Thessaly Lerner, who's the voice for Lisa Garland in Silent Hill 1, was actually threatening litigation, suing Konami. She lawyered up and started filing paperwork and telling Konami, like, you're using my voice in a game that I had nothing to do with, nobody told me about, nobody gave me any, contracts or even a heads up. Like, she said she probably would have given it her blessing if they had just let her know what they were making. But they didn't. They just used her voice without any sort of communication. So she started getting ready to sue Konami, and before it went to court, Konami settled with her out of court. They paid her off, basically, to not sue. And just to avoid any further possible lawsuits, when the PC version of this game came out a little bit after the PS2 release, all of the Silent Hill 1 voices were gone. So if you play the PC port, you don't hear Cheryl's voice right here, you don't hear Harry Mason's voice later, you don't hear Lisa Garland's voice later. All of those things get removed. This again. Looking at it makes my head hurt, but at the same time, it's like so familiar. I know I've forgotten something really important, but I also have the feeling that it'd be better off not remembering it. Hashtag not my Cheryl. Hashtag C tier Cheryl. But Heather is S tier. This Cheryl is S tier. There was a nice silver ring in here the last time I came. Bummer that it's gone, huh? I got a walnut. I got the nub nut. This is where the walnut used to be. Do I still have that emote? Did Twitch take away my quick nut? No, we still have quick nut. We still have quick nut. broken. Gotta go upstairs. Bad dog. So there's a really great story. I did a shout out earlier for the environmental artist for this game, Hiroko Usuda. Usuda-san shared on Twitter a little story about this scene because she designed all of this. And her boss, everything that she did, she had to run it by Masahiro Ito, who would have been the director for all of the art and environment and creatures and everything. So she had to run everything that she did by Ito. So she set this up, the dog on the platter with like the leafy greens and the little diced carrots and the fancy plate and everything like that. And she says, when I showed Ito this, he just had a big grin on his face and said, "That's horrible." In a good way, obviously. Like, he was impressed. What is this? Barbecued dog? Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something in the dog's stomach. Got a cooked key. You make me sick. Good work. Now get out. Let's see. Does this read my Silent Hill 2 data? Do we have the Silent Hill 2 Easter eggs? Let's find out. Or wait, that's in a different bathroom. I always think it's this bathroom. Is it this bathroom and I just don't have it unlocked? I don't remember. I don't remember things. One of the bathrooms has a toilet that you can examine, and you get a little cutscene if you have Silent Hill 2 save data on your memory card. Little callback to James reaching his hand in the toilet. We love artists who can cook. Clearly she can. Dude, Usuda-san's an amazing environmental artist. She's done work for a lot of stuff too. Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4, but also Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 4, which is the reason for people who are fans of both Silent Hill and Metal Gear, if you've played Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 4, there is artwork from Silent Hill in those games. There's like paintings that you can find in the laboratory area in Metal Gear Solid 3, and then in some of the bases, I can't remember where, but it's in Mama's base, Big Mama's base in Metal Gear Solid 4. You can actually see some like Silent Hill paintings that are in the Otherworld Church at the end of the game, in those Metal Gear Solid games. That's because Hiroko Usuda, who did those paintings for Silent Hill, also worked on those Metal Gear games. Warm steam coming out of the pipe. Got my pipe. Missed Silent Hill 2? Yeah, sorry, Bob. We're already moving on, making our way through Silent Hill 3. Didn't she also stream on Twitch? She does. I did a shout out for her a little earlier. It's just Hiro Usuda. All one word, all lowercase on Twitch. Hirousuda. She's still working in the industry? Yeah. She still does game design. She still does environment artwork. She does a lot of private commission artwork. And she works on a lot of this stuff on her Twitch page, on her Twitch channel. She works on stuff live. She did some artwork for Magic the Gathering for some of their sets. I don't know if she did any for the Final Fantasy set, but she did some for some of the previous sets. So she does like trading card game artwork. She does a lot of stuff. Hard-working artist. Love her artwork as well. Bugs. I'm not going any further. It's creepy and dangerous to boot. There's got to be a way. I can't very well stab them one by one. Some insecticide would do the trick. Eye lasers will do the trick. Fucking bugs. The only thing impervious to eye lasers. It's empty. I love the sound of the fan slowly powering down. Also, is this? No. Sexy beam has no effect. But taking the detergent next to the bakery sink, not for dishes though, it's for the bathroom. Bottle says danger, do not mix. Huh, mix with chlorine bleach and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. Mix with an acidic detergent and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. Don't try this at home. So here's a really cool thing as far as like differences in difficulty level. So we're playing on normal right now. If you play on easy, this puzzle doesn't exist. There are no bugs, and you don't have to find the chlorine, or you don't have to find the bleach or the detergent. You just run right through this hallway. On normal, the bugs are there, and you have to mix the chlorine gas. But if you try to go back in without turning the fan back on to ventilate it, you get some dialogue. I don't particularly want to die. Better stay out of that hallway. The vent fan's not running, so there's probably still poison gas in the air. So it doesn't let you go back in. Heather warns you, I don't want to die, there's still gas in there. That only happens on normal. If you're playing on hard difficulty, the bugs are there, you have to mix the gas, and if you try to go back in the hallway, it doesn't stop you. It lets you go back in, and you just slowly die from the fucking poison gas. I used this to make gas earlier. Best not to stick my head in too far. Who knows what's left in there? Ever played Dead Space? Also has a great horror game sound design. I've played the original Dead Space. I never played the sequels, and I didn't play the remake. Give me that beef jerky. Wish Silent Hill 2 Remake had this level of hard puzzle difficulty. Dude, I wish any Silent Hill game was as clever about the differences in difficulty changes as this game. Because, like, pretty much none of the other games do what this game does with its difficulty levels. Where it's more than just, like, changing a puzzle around. It changes around kind of the logic of things as well. Remember, these graphics are on a PS2, just wow. I mean, playing on the emulator, they're up-resed slightly. But even playing on original hardware and everything, yeah, this is a beautiful game. One of the best looking games on the hardware. Like, this and Metal Gear Solid 3 are some of the top, like, in terms of visuals on the PS2. This pattern looks like it could have been drawn in blood. I bet it's some sort of cursed symbol. No wonder my head hurts and I feel so awful when I look at it. After the Shakespeare book puzzle, I won't ever touch the hard puzzle mode. I mean, once you get through it, it doesn't change. Once you've done it, you know it. So it's just, it can be very brutal. I know a lot of people who jump into this game and for their very first playthrough, they're like, I've played horror games before, I've played other Silent Hill games, I'm just going to go straight to hard mode. And then they sit in the bookstore for hours. That stain on the restraint is shaped like a human. Don't want to even think about what this platform was used for. Just a room full of torture equipment. There's a sort of vice here. This is a good-sized walnut from the jeweler's showcase. Something's rattling around inside, but I can't open it with my bare hands. Bust that nut, Heather. No nut in the walnut shell, just a jewel. I got a moonstone. I can evolve my Clefairy. Is that a finger crusher? Fingers, toes, other cylindrical shaped objects. Nuts. You know, like walnuts. God, the little crying noises from the numb bodies when they're on the ground but not actually dead. Game does a good job making you feel kind of bad about them. Wait, was that the Sailor Moon outfit ability? It sure was. We have the outfit. And you don't need to have the outfit on to use the Heather Beam or Sexy Beam. It gets more powerful if you use it while you have the outfit equipped. Hey Nub, since you have the cam hack on, could we get a good look at the Screaming Assholes pendulums? I still don't understand how they work. Sure. We could do this. There's a couple of them in this little part of the mall right over here. So you got head, neck, shoulders, straps holding them onto this device, arm stumps wrapped up in bandages. Same thing on this side. Blades, like medical wraps around their mouths that are also holding in these blades on the tops of each of their heads. And then this sort of like metal clasp in the middle with the little metallic claw parts poking down. Is that good? Do you have a better understanding of how they work now? It still doesn't explain how the fuck they're like flying and anything like that. A little closer look at the design, I guess. Hang on. Is it the bathroom? I want to check the bathroom Easter egg. It might have been, I think it's maybe the one where you pick up the bleach. Oh yeah, for anybody who didn't recognize it while we're in the other world, this is the Happy Burger. This is where Heather wakes up in the very beginning of the game. This table is the table she was sitting at. That's the one where the ladder is. Ah, it is this one. Ugh, a filthy toilet. Just looking at it gives me goosebumps. Okay, yeah. The emulator doesn't work to read the memory card the same way that a normal console would. Someone actually in there? It's soaking with blood, but there's no one here. Did someone respond, or is it just me? But yeah, if you're playing on original PS2 hardware, I think it might also work on HD collection, as long as you've got save data, completed save data from Silent Hill 2, and you're doing an extra new game playthrough of Silent Hill 3. When you examine this toilet, instead of this dialogue, Heather will say that she thinks there's something stuck inside the toilet, and it'll give you a little prompt of like, do you want to reach in and try to get it? And if you select yes, you get a little cutscene where Heather starts kneeling down in front of the toilet and starts kind of reaching towards it, and then she stops and stands up and turns around and says, "No way, that's way too gross. Who would even think of doing something that disgusting?" As a fun little callback to James sticking his hand in the toilet in Silent Hill 2. But yeah, doesn't work on emulator, unfortunately. At least not without, probably there's some cheats and things like that to enable it. Same thing on the PC port. If you're playing the PC port, it doesn't read your save game directories to be able to figure out if you have PS2 or Silent Hill 2 save data. But there is a mod for the PC version to enable all of those Easter eggs. But okay. I just wanted to check before we move on if I had those Easter eggs enabled or not. Apparently not. Also, later on, towards the very end of the game, you find some information about the halo of the sun, the cult symbol, and how it's only supposed to be drawn in black or red. Drawing it in a color like blue is considered a curse on God. Well, there it is. Drawn in blue, right above this door. Locked. The door has a red crescent and a round dent. Something's written here in the same color red. Piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. The final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. "300 days being a very loose, very rough human gestation period. Referring to the god growing in Heather, and that its birth will not be something blessed. It's not a blessed beginning. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. Think Sins of the Father was the best song, though, in that series? Isn't that one sung by Miss Donna Burke? AKA Angela Orozco in Silent Hill 2, and Claudia Wolf in this game. Because I know Donna sings a lot of Metal Gear Solid stuff. I think she did Sins of the Father. We're fine. That's how you want to be. We'll just do this. I was gonna have a good time and smack you around with the pipe. We'll just eye laser you to death. Brunini24, welcome. Hey Nub, just finished watching Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 story playthrough from 2023 again. Love watching you play and talk about these games. And then hit me with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoy what I do.
It's the shopping mall just like before.
Thank you, thank you. And welcome to the live stream. Glad you could be here on Twitch. And join us for some playthroughs while they happen. Interestingly shaped monster, and that is not by coincidence. A very big part of the themes of this game are pregnancy and impregnation. A lot of this is a sequel to Silent Hill 1. And if you don't know what Silent Hill 1 is about, it is about Alessa Gillespie, who was forcefully impregnated with a god, the cult's god, through a ritual. And this is, like I said earlier, spoilers. But Heather herself, this character, is a reincarnation of that girl, of Alessa. And she still has that god growing inside of her. Miyamushi, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that support, you guys. Thank you so, so much. Will this marathon remain as videos? Yeah, this will all be archived. This will all be going up on YouTube.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
You should put some pants
I
on.
know.
That's what you should do. Is there any meaning for Heather's shirt design? It is a classic Japanese art style representation of the gods Fujin and Raiden. Sorry, Fujin and Raijin. My brain is still in Metal Gear Solid mode. Fujin, the god of wind. Raijin, the god of thunder. Nub, do you know if Heather is based on a real actress or is just fully created? She is entirely an artist creation. There were minor changes to her character design, like very, very loosely based on her actress, Heather Morris. But for the most part, she was fully drawn and designed before they even hired an actress. Growing strong and healthy. It's Minmo. Minmo Cat Foods. Am I going to be streaming Silent Hill F? You betcha. I'm going to be playing it on September 23rd, 2 days before the official release. Thanks to my boy UFO Techie. Let me do a shout out here. UFO Techie, who's another Silent Hill legend. Longtime speedrunner. First person to run a Silent Hill game at a GDQ event. And very knowledgeable otter when it comes to the Silent Hill series. Who was kind enough to gift me a copy on Steam of the deluxe edition for Silent Hill F. Which means I'll have access to play the game 2 days early. So we'll be playing it on September 23rd. Can't get a ticket even when I put in money. This ticket machine is broken. You don't have any money. You didn't even try. You liar, Frisbee. There's a newspaper left on the top of the ticket machine. Fatal accident at Hazel Street. At about 11 p.m. on the 4th, a man waiting on the platform at the Hazel Street station fell onto the tracks and was decapitated by the arriving St. Renata college-bound train. The victim died instantly. While police have not yet determined whether the death was an accident or suicide, witnesses report that the victim did not look inebriated and seemed to jump off the platform deliberately. The victim's identity is still unknown. He was approximately 40 years old, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and was wearing a black jacket. This newspaper's 4 months old. What's it doing here now? That's the part you're concerned about? There's some cool Easter eggs in this little room. If you use the cam hack to poke around in here. So this game has a lot of details in it, magazine covers and things like that that are scanned in from actual magazines. And then like slightly edited. But there's also some Silent Hill 2 Easter eggs here. It's pretty low res, so it's kind of hard to tell what you're looking at. But this is the chain link fence and James encountering the first lying figure in Silent Hill 2, where you get the wooden plank and the radio. And this is the tunnel entrance of the construction area where you fight that first lying figure. Very, very pixely. And then they've got the same images over on this wall as well. So quiet. It starts off quiet. And then you start hearing stuff growling and groaning. But it's also one of those things that's important to remember with Silent Hill sound design. In some interviews, Akira Yamaoka, the musician and sound designer for these original games, said something that more developers of horror kind of need to take to heart. Silence is also a sound, meaning it is just as important to know when everything needs to be completely quiet. It shouldn't just always be music. It shouldn't just always be ambient. There shouldn't always even be sound effects. Sometimes the lack of sound helps build tension for when you do introduce new sounds, new environments, new music. Silence is also a sound. It's a very important sound design philosophy to have when it comes to doing horror. It's one of those things that Silent Hill 2 Remake kind of lacked a little bit. I like the sound design for that game a lot, but it's definitely missing a lot of those times where things should be quieter. Sort of like we were talking about it during the Silent Hill 2 playthrough on this marathon. When Mary is reading the letter at the very end of the game. In the original, it's just her voice. There's no music. There's no sound effects. It is just her reading the letter. In the remake, they put some like background music in. And it's like, it's not bad, but it's not the same. It changes the feel of it. It changes the emotional impact of it. And there's a lot of moments where you're exploring the streets and exploring some areas where it's like, if all you were hearing was James's footsteps, instead of some of those ambient sounds and things, it would be a lot creepier than some of the like creepy sounds and audio that they added. And I like a lot of the ambient audio and stuff like that that's in Silent Hill 2 Remake, but it could have benefited from utilizing silence more often. Similar to this.
Sexy. Sexy.
Sexy beam. Locked. What is this character texture? Man, we're going to get so many questions about the character texture. You know what? Is this better? There we go. Is this more appropriate? That right there is the essence of psychological horror. Good, perfect. But that costume is an unlockable New Game Plus costume. Called the God of Thunder costume. In this game, once you beat it on regular New Game and unlock New Game Plus, you unlock the extra costume option on the main menu, where you can type in codes to unlock new costumes. If you type in Gangster Girl, capital G's, all one word, it unlocks the God of Thunder outfit, which is the one I was wearing just now, before the Sailor Moon transformation. Here it is. This is what I was looking for. So if you read that newspaper that was on the ticket machines earlier, and then you read this magazine, you get a little extra scene that can happen. I read this a long time ago. It's a nothing little occult magazine, seemed like a bunch of crap to me. Not so bad if you just read it for fun, though. The souls of those who died suddenly by suicide or accident don't realize they're dead. Sometimes they stay put and haunt that particular place. These spirits have lost their human senses and memories and can only keep replaying the pain and sadness of the moment they died. The pain can get so bad that they turn to humans for salvation, or they begrudge humans their lives. At such times, they can possess humans. Places known as famous suicide spots or high accident areas are often to blame. You should be careful when approaching such locations, especially on the day or at the time the death occurred. That is, if you don't want it to happen to you too. So if you read that newspaper about the person who died on the tracks, and then read that magazine about ghosts lingering in the places they died, and then come down here, you get an extra little scene that happens. Who pushed her? The ghost. The ghost of the man who died on the tracks in the newspaper. That's why you have to read the newspaper and the occult magazine about ghosts. Get stick bugged. Wu-Fi, Fen 6, Gloomy Veil, Auroral Visage, and JM Lee. Get stick bugged. Get gift subbed, courtesy of Yami. Yami, thank you so much for the support, man. Enjoy those subs. Enjoy your stick bugs. Let's see, if you skip that magazine and then come down here. Oh, well, it's because I continued. It still counts it as me having read it. But yeah, if you skip the newspaper or if you skip the magazine, this scene won't happen. This time, we'll climb back up. And the funny thing is, if you get back up, the train never actually gets here. You just hear it off in the distance. Would this ghost be considered a manifestation of Silent Hill? No. We're not in Silent Hill. We are in some other unnamed city. You don't go to Silent Hill until much later in this game. That's just a ghost. Ghosts are real. Now, there are weird things happening here, even though we're not in Silent Hill, because there is Heather, this character, who is a reincarnation of Alessa, who has very real psychic powers that have the ability to affect reality, and those are currently being sort of powered up by the god that's in her womb, growing at this very moment. So you've got a crazy cult god growing inside of her that's affecting her and affecting reality around her. And then you also have Claudia Wolf, who, according to Vincent, also has powers. So between Claudia, Heather, and the god growing, they're kind of able to make these little pocket areas where Silent Hill-esque powers can exist. And the powers of Silent Hill are able to take things that are in your mind and make them real. So if Heather reads that newspaper and reads that magazine and is thinking about a ghost that potentially exists here, a person who died on the tracks in this very spot, the power can make it real, make it exist. Could be the Silent Hill effect. I don't know what they called it in short message. They called it the Silent Hill phenomenon. And you can count it if you want. I don't. Especially the way the note in short message describes it. Short message describes the Silent Hill phenomenon as like they compare it to COVID. That it's something that can spread from person to person and make people start hallucinating and seeing fog. And other weird things. And it's like, that is such a dumbed down, not accurate depiction of what Silent Hill is, or how the power works, or anything like that. Like, there are ways for the power and things like Silent Hill-esque to happen outside of the town. This game is a prime example of that. You've got Heather, who is a reincarnation of a girl who was born in Silent Hill, who was raised by the cult, who had a ritual performed on her, like, has one of the cult's gods growing inside of her. You've got Claudia, who has very real powers, Heather herself, who has very real powers, who are able to sort of facilitate other things happening outside of the town. Silent Hill 4 takes place in South Ashfield, which is 6 hours away from Silent Hill. Well, some amount of distance away from Silent Hill. Henry describes it as being half a day's drive away. Whatever you consider half a day, if you consider a day 24 hours and a half day is 12 hours, some people only consider like daytime, half a day time drive, which would be closer to like 6 hours, whatever. It's some amount of distance away. South Ashfield's not close to Silent Hill. And you still have a lot of weird stuff happening because, similar to this, you've got Walter Sullivan, somebody who's from Silent Hill, who was raised by the cult, who is performing rituals to give himself Silent Hill-like powers, and then utilizing them outside of the town. So, there are ways to link Silent Hill things happening away from the town itself, without just hand-waving it and saying Silent Hill phenomenon, the way Short Message did. It's also why I don't understand so many of the people who are upset with Silent Hill F taking place in Japan. Like, it can't be there because that's not where Silent Hill is. And it's like, did you even play 3 or 4? Probably not. Or at least didn't pay attention. Now, that's not to say that Silent Hill F will guaranteed have a meaningful reason or explanation. I'm hoping it does. I really hope it does. I hope they give some better meaning and tying into pre-established lore when Silent Hill F comes out, but until the game's out, we won't know for sure. I've been toying with the idea of Silent Hill contaminating a larger area for fan fiction. Sad to learn Silent Hill actually did it and also botched the execution. I mean, depends on what you call botched. Like, again, Silent Hill 3 and 4 kind of play with that idea that if you have people from the town who are tied to the cult, tied to the rituals, have very strong faith and belief, or psychic powers that are inherently affecting things, that you can still very much have Silent Hill-esque things happening in other places, and contaminating larger areas. That's more like Silent Hill 4, where Walter performing these rituals is essentially cursing South Ashfield Heights. The entire apartment building is sort of contaminated by him, in your words, to be able to see how stuff works, how power outside of the town can still work. But there are bad examples as well. Short Message, I consider one of those bad examples, where they don't do anything to really tie it in meaningfully. They have the one little throwaway message about the Silent Hill phenomenon being like COVID. So stupid. You have Homecoming, that also plays with that idea. Shepherd's Glen, a town right across Toluca Lake from Silent Hill. That the only reason it was not affected was because of a ritual that was being performed by the branch of the cult that founded the city. And then once that ritual failed, thanks to Alex Shepard, Silent Hill starts affecting Shepherd's Glen. So, it's definitely been done before. Both good and bad. Hey, Andy. You are not banned. I can see you. Are these streams going to be on YouTube? They will be. They will be. I'll need some time to, like, rest up after the marathon and then get everything edited, so it might not be until maybe Wednesday. Wednesday and Thursday I've got doctor's appointments, so I probably won't stream those days, but I'll probably use those days to catch up on editing. So they'll probably be on the YouTube channel on Wednesday. It's a gift wrap box. Could it be a birthday present? No, I guess not. Nobody I know would give me something this gross. Who calls a shotgun gross? I can understand if it's not your thing, not what you want, but gross? But I'll take it anyway. It should come in handy against the monsters. Shotgun. What's your idea of the worst game? Worst Silent Hill game, not counting Short Message? Book of Memories. If we're talking purely games, it's Book of Memories. If we're talking anything even game adjacent within the franchise, it's Silent Hill Ascension. Those are the two worst things. Ascension doesn't count as a game. Like, when it was live, there was technically, very technically, some quote-unquote games that were part of it. Like, there were interactive elements. You could strum a guitar and ruin Akira Yamaoka music and then play Candy Crush as a minigame. But for the most part, Silent Hill Ascension was just a show. And fishing. Don't forget fishing. There was also fishing. There was also fishing. But yeah, those are the worst things. Book of Memories and Ascension. By a long shot.
Sexy.
Dance, fat boy, dance. And deflate. Ascension was sure a thing. I mostly remember the trauma stickers. Yeah, we got trauma stickers. There's the shady sticker. And it's trauma. I literally have them as emotes. By the way, Jacob's Ladder reference here. Bergen Street is the same stop, the same platform that Jacob Singer was going to in the subways in Jacob's Ladder. Really great movie and very influential to the Silent Hill series. Silent Hill Pachinko. I've played Silent Hill Pachinko. A lot of people like to try to throw Pachinko under the bus, under the subway train. A lot, and that usually comes from the perspective of people who've never touched it, never played it, never seen it. As somebody who has actually played the Silent Hill Pachi slot machine, trust me, Book of Memories and Ascension are way worse. There was some effort put into the Pachi slot. It was wasted. It was wasted effort because it's a fucking slot machine. It was wasted effort because it was a slot machine. But they actually took some time to like make a really cool slot machine where the parts of the machine, not just the screen, like most slot machines, most Pachi slots or Pachinko machines, if anybody's ever seen them, it's just like a screen and stuff just happens on the screen. The Silent Hill one has moving parts. It's got little pieces of metal, like chain link fence that move back and forth. There's like a big glowing eye that will open up when certain things happen. The lighting on the machine changes, and when the lighting changes, it reflects through different artwork layers that are on the panels of the outside of the machine. So you'll have like a little picture of James in the corner of the machine, and when the light changes, it goes through the panel in a different way so that it looks like Pyramid Head instead of James. At the end of the day, it's just a slot machine where they recreated some scenes from Silent Hill 2 and then added in a bunch of really fucking weird new stuff, like James goes to a bar where there's a bartender and orders a drink, and he has Laura with him, and they're just like walking around the town. Or they added some new bosses, like the giant chariot monster that you can kill it and escape the town on a speedboat in like a big dumb action sequence. There's some really fucking stupid stuff in the Pachi slot. Don't get me wrong. Book of Memories is so much worse. Silent Hill Ascension is so much worse. In terms of pachinko machines, in terms of slot machines, like, it's interesting. It does some cool stuff that most pachinko and slot machines don't do. It's not good in terms of Silent Hill, being Silent Hill related at all. Clearly, I'm not defending it in that perspective. But for people who try to say, oh, Pachi slot's the worst thing, listen, I've played the Pachi slot. I've played all 500 zones of Book of Memories, and I watched all of Silent Hill Ascension 4 times. Trust me, as your local humble Silent Hill expert, Pachi slot is not the worst thing. Book of Memories and Ascension are far worse. It is torture to play Book of Memories. It is torture to watch Ascension. Pachi slot, if you like gambling, if you like slot machines, you'll get some enjoyment out of it. You could potentially even win some money back. Silent Hill Ascension, the CEO said that they would honor refunds, and I put in for a refund, and they wouldn't refund it. I couldn't even get my money back. At least I got some money back when I played the Pachi slot. Fuck. Wonder if Silent Hill ever referenced The Mist. I remember that was an influence. Yeah, The Mist was an influence. Masahiro Ito confirmed that on Twitter many years ago. And I think they reference it in the Lost Memories Silent Hill guide as well. But in-game, I don't think they ever put a direct reference to The Mist specifically, but Silent Hill 1 has a ton of Stephen King references in general. There's a poster of Stephen King in the diner right when you wake up. Like, literally the man's face pointing a shotgun at you. That symbol's drawn on the floor. Hope I don't get cursed just by stepping on it. Hope I don't get cursed. Girl, you was cursed from birth. True.
Sexy girl.
If I remember correctly, wasn't Silent Hill originally meant to be a game directly based on The Mist? Not directly, but very heavily inspired by. Silent Hill 1 is essentially just a big mishmash of Stephen King stories. It's a little bit of The Mist, a little bit of Carrie, a little bit of The Shining. Like, you have Carrie, a girl with psychic powers, an abusive religious zealot mother. Alessa, girl, psychic powers, abusive cult leading mother. You have The Mist, mysterious fog taking over a small town in Maine. Creatures pop out. Same thing happening in Silent Hill. Shining, another little kid with psychic abilities, abusive parent. Hotel where bad shit happens.
Sexy girl.
But yeah. Backdoor time? Yeah, sure. So every time you go forward in this train car, the car before you disappears. And you can actually go out the back side of the train. Just watch your step.
Sexy girl.
Love that view, though. It is pretty cool. The fact that it even lets you go out there. And you can do it on every single car that you move forward.
Sexy girl.
Showing you that the train is just disappearing as you go through it, as you progress.
Sexy girl.
That first aid kit. Oh, I just remembered. I've been running around killing monsters with my eye lasers all willy-nilly. We need to not do that. Otherwise, the game's going to end much sooner than it should. Pardon me, sir. Gotta keep my kill count low for a little bit. Yeah, if you kill too many enemies, 26, 25, by the time you get to Heather's apartment using the Heather beam, you'll get the UFO ending. Which ends the game very, very quickly. We never get to go to Silent Hill. I kind of don't want to do that. I wouldn't mind showing the UFO ending, but that would require knowing exactly what my enemy count is right now, so that I could leave like one enemy, kill that enemy, show the ending, reload the save, not kill that enemy, and then progress normally. But I don't know. I wasn't keeping count. Was thinking that's what you were going for? No. At the start of the stream, I said I didn't want to do UFO ending because it ends the game too quickly. And I don't want to do possessed ending because it takes too long. Because this is a marathon. We're not just doing Silent Hill 3. I did Silent Hill 2 before this, and we're doing Silent Hill 4 after this. Also, here's a fun new game only thing. All the walls turn all crawly and gross as you start coming down here. And they actually hurt you if you're playing on hard mode or extreme difficulties. I don't think it hurts you on normal, which is what I'm on. But yeah, this effect when you're entering the underpass only happens on New Game Plus. And like I said, if you're playing on hard difficulty or extreme, it actually hurts you to stay in these crawly areas. Cool effect though. Have all these animated textures all around you. Ouch. Wonder if touching the flesh walls feels like touching a wet carpet. It's probably much worse than that. If you've ever been in the unfortunate circumstance to have a bug infestation or maggots all over a floor or a countertop or anything like that, and then had to touch it, it's probably a bit closer to that. I've been unfortunately in that circumstance. It's not fun. Wouldn't recommend it. Not my favorite experience. Not my favorite tactile sensation in my memory. I got a maul. Did stick your finger into a box of mealworms? See, mealworms, I guess it would be a similar sensation, but I guess in my brain I'm more used to mealworms. I used to go fishing and stuff a lot when I was younger, and we would use mealworms. If you've ever had like birds and lizards and a lot of animals and things that eat mealworms, you've probably been around them. Hell, even when I go watch Rachel's parents' house when they go out of town on vacation, they've got a giant bucket of mealworms because they have bird feeders and stuff like that that have to be filled up every day. So mealworms don't bother me so much. Not a fan of maggots, though. There's blood seeping out of the bottom of the locker. Is there something inside? Sort of want to take a look, but the locker door won't open. It's better that way. It's not as if there's anything good in there. I love Heather's dialogue. Helmets? Should I take them with me? Nah, never mind. It's pretty geeky looking. Who needs headgear if it's going to make you look geeky? Who needs protection from the enemies trying to horribly kill you? Don't want to look like a nerd. Mealworms are the friendly flesh wall. Maggots are the one that deals damage. Yes. That's how it is for me, anyway. Wine? In a place like this? Well, I suppose it is dark and dry. Only one of the bottles is empty. She takes the empty one. Don't want the full ones? Bottle was dropped in a corner of the underground passage. The body must have been crushed by something heavy. With that then? God, how awful. This dialogue, I think, is in... It's a glitch. I think this is a mistake. It's in every version of the game, but... She mentions a body being crushed. And I mean, I've got a cam hack installed. You can clip right back here and look at everything in detail. There's no body. Now, earlier in the subway, you do find the body like legs sticking out with blood all around for a body that looks crushed. And I think this text dialogue about the body being crushed was supposed to be there in that location and not here. Because they are kind of similar little narrow corridors. So I'm guessing this text was supposed to be for that area. Either that or there was supposed to be another set of legs here. One of the two. Hundreds of hours and never clicked the helmets. That's what I watched this for. Oh yeah. There's a lot of very easily missable dialogue from Heather. From all the things that you can interact with in this game. Of course, she took the empty one. She isn't old enough to drink. I mean, she also says that she's already quit smoking. When you find the cigarettes later, she says, I quit smoking for good. She's 17. She's already started and quit by the age of 17. Telling me she'll smoke but not drink. I don't think she cares about being underage. And if you want to start getting real technical about it, how old is she really? She's lived multiple lives. As Heather, Cheryl, she's technically 17, but she was also 14 as Alessa and 7 as Cheryl number 1, you can add that all together. That's what the happy birthday caller does. Just take all of those different ages into account. One of the things that makes me feel Silent Hill 3 is much more malicious and malevolent is the sheer number of homeless people that are just dead and discarded, like trash no one cares about, or worse, stuffed into a wall. Like, this is a person. Why would you do that? I mean, the world is unfortunately a very dark place. I don't want to get too real with it, but stuff like that and much worse happens every day. Need to go get our oil. Silent Hill 3 you feel is a lot more menacing, hectic, and evil, while Silent Hill 2 is more depressing and abandoned feeling. Absolutely. The games have very, very different feels in terms of tone. And Silent Hill 3, I feel, is very, very close to Silent Hill 1's feeling. Given that it's a sequel to Silent Hill 1, much of the game is kind of a retelling of Silent Hill 1. There's so many parallels to Silent Hill 1. Even just looking at the series of events and the characters, you have Heather Mason, HM, waking up from a nightmare in a diner. Silent Hill 1, you have Harry Mason, same initials, waking up at a diner after a nightmare. Both of them die in their nightmare. Both of their nightmares are basically glimpses into places and things that they will actually experience in the future. So it's like a prophetic dream, prophetic nightmare that they wake up from in the diner. You get Claudia Wolf, a cult priestess who doesn't wear shoes, as opposed to Dahlia Gillespie, a cult leader, priestess, who doesn't wear shoes. There's a lot of parallels between characters, between games, between events, and in terms of tone, Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 are very close. They have this, like, just even the rooms that we're in right now, everything is very, like, metal and rust and industry. Everything is very, like, industrial. And it's reflected into the sound design and the music. Everything is like metal in a dishwasher type, or a washing machine type of sound, where it's banging and clanging and very loud, very abrasive. With these subtle moments of quiet and solitude, kind of breaking it up in between. Very, very similar to Silent Hill 1. Downpour is your favorite? Get out, Barry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I put kerosene in the wine bottle. Got an oil-filled bottle. Here's my favorite cutscene. Close-ups on machinery without really showing you what's happening. This scene was always so confusing to me when I was younger. I was like, what? What exactly happens? What's the machine doing? How does that drain the water? Like, I understand what's happening. Thanks to that thing, all the water's finally drained out of the hole. We've accomplished that. And it took me a long time of playing this game before I even realized what the machine was doing. Looks like I'll be able to get down there now, if I can stand the smell, that is. But once you go down, so you see the cable on the pulley on the machine up top. That's what it zooms in on. What it doesn't show is here's the bottom of the cable and the sluice gate, this thing right here, being pulled up to reveal a grate and a drain where all of the water can go out. But it's like, why not show this? When you turn the machine on, why not show this thing being lifted up and the water flowing through those bars? Why the close-up on the pulley and like nothing else? Also, I love the squishy, wet footstep sound effects down here. And the echo. I love the reverb off of all of these tunnels when you're down here. They spent all the money on the wiggly textures. Yeah, exactly. Didn't have budget. Might confuse players showing another area? Maybe. But I'm also confused by, like, snap zoom to a pulley. That we have no idea what it's attached to or what it's actually doing. Whoops. I'll try to do a thing here. Yeah. That jump. Oh yeah, if you've never seen Heather try to go up when there's a monster in the way, you actually have a little animation for it. You're in my way. Bonk. Trying to remember how this works. There's a way to do some crazy glitches here where you can get out of bounds and you can like zip across the sewers by jumping off of this and climbing back up and holding buttons in a certain way. It's been a long time since I've done speed runs of this, so I don't remember exactly how to set it up and how it works. So we'll just move on. I gotta get back into speed running. I'm forgetting all the fun tech that's not actually used in most categories. Oh yeah, Since I've got the cam hack, we can come down here. There's a slurper. Get our little slurpy boy down here. Just sleeping. He just sleeping. Real creepy monsters, by the way, if you ever really look at them up close. This whole front part with the teeth, most people kind of look at this as the main mouth or face. Thought they had lips, not teeth. No, they've got like teeth here. But here's the thing. That's not their real face either. Because if you look at the side of the head, that is a human ear. Right there. So you have a human head right here, wearing this thing on it. It's a human body, human-like arms and legs that are like amputated and bandaged up. And he's wearing little pants and got little boots. Sewn into his clothes. Is that slurper huge? And that's how I met my wife. He said the same thing to me. I'm just wasting my time looking around here. I'd better get going. Even so, it really stinks. It's going straight from my nose to my head. Nothing that looks useful in that cardboard box. There's a deodorant inside, but it would probably be a waste of energy. Heather doesn't wear deodorant confirmed. She's a stinky girl. A wheelchair? Why would a wheelchair be thrown out here? It's a broken clock. This is from the sewer too. Boo-doo. She must play Magic the Gathering. No, wait, it's Konami. She plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Mm-hmm. Here's one of my favorite memos in this whole game. Something written on the notebook. There's a monster in the water. The bastards killed 2 of my buddies. I should never have doubted that old urban legend about alligators in the sewers. That was no myth. But no one believes me. They were drunk and slipped. We're not that damn stupid. Even calling it a monster isn't quite right. This is something else. All I know is something's in there. I'm going in now to beat that thing's head in. If you find this note, consider it my will. Revenge is futile, or so you may think, reading this. But Jose and Jaime were my best buddies. Wish I knew how to do the deed. Guns won't work underwater. Even my famous knife work won't do much. If only I had a hand grenade. Dude, where's this guy's game? Where's this guy's video game? What a badass. The sewer worker with famous knife work and hand grenades and machine guns going to try to save his buddies, Jose and Jaime. Also, here's a fun little New Game Plus moment. So you remember we picked up a steel pipe back in the mall. If you're on New Game Plus, you can come up here to the edge of the water. Oh, is it after the monster? Maybe it's after the monster. Let's do this then. First step, kill the monster with the hairdryer. Second step, don't fall in. Wait, why is this not working? I'm on New Game Plus. I have the pipe. This should be working. This should be active. There shouldn't be any other requirements. Whoa.
What?
Ghastly Carl. Carl, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you're enjoying your time here. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Thank you, thank you. Dude, where's my pipe fairy? What the heck? Normally there's a little Easter egg thing here. It gives you the option to throw your steel pipe into the water. And then you get a scene with someone called the Pipe Fairy, or the Sewer Fairy. And she'll ask you if you dropped this gold pipe, if you dropped this silver pipe, and if you answer her honestly, she gives you the gold pipe, the silver pipe, and your steel pipe back. Did you examine the water? That's literally what I'm doing right now, Sam. I'm like mashing the button in front of the water as close as I can be without Heather just plunging in. Normally it just happens right here. Maybe it's bugged. Didn't you say you added in items? Might be the issue. Maybe the game cheat is affecting it in some weird way. That's weird. Normally that should work. Okay. Let me try something. Make a save. Give me a second. I'm going to restart my emulator. But I'm going to disable the cheats. Table cheats. Load pnatch files. Reset the system. Danger, keep out. Wait, I still have glowy eyes. Even with my cheats disabled. What the heck? Maybe something weird going on with the emulator? Try to get the pipe out. I mean, I don't think you even need that. As long as it's in your inventory, it should work. The right version of the game. It's the right BIOS. Chat. Cheats are disabled. I mean, I've shown this on this version of the game. Same emulator, same everything. That's really weird. Memory card is fine. Game settings, cheat directory, patches directory. That's all fine. That's disabled. Let me see if maybe after disabling cheats, I have to completely restart the emulator. Try that. Okay. Complete restart. Cheats disabled. Resume game. OBS. Want to capture the game window for me? Thank you. She knows you cheated, so you're not a truly honest man? I mean, maybe. She knows I got that Game Shark. It must be part of how the save file is working, because even with everything disabled, it's still acting like I've got sexy beam and stuff. That's weird that would affect this. That's super weird. Well, whatever. I guess no pipe fairy. Damn. Whatever, fairy. Fine. Don't want to be nice to me. She knows I cheated. Looked up the cutscene. It's weird she says man and not girl. When she says, like, I finally found a truly honest man, she means, like, human. Man in the sense of, like, a human. And not fairy. Because for a long time, and especially in a lot of, like, older fairy tales and biblical writing and things like that, man doesn't just mean male. It's used to refer to, like, mankind. Humans in general. But you're not the only one who thought that was weird. The people who made the HD collection also thought that was weird. So when they redubbed the Pipe Fairy for Silent Hill 3 HD collection, they changed that line to be, I have found a truly honest person, instead of man. So I guess that's a little more accurate translation or whatever, but nah, it's fine. Why would a fairy care? They aren't human. To them, we're all the same. I mean, the whole thing is just a reference to an old, actual fairy tale, The Honest Woodcutter. Tell your neighbors to quit stomping around so loud. The audio in that room is so good. Like directional, muffled stomping. That's one of those sound effects that'll make me like, I've heard it a million times and I'll still pull my headphones off and be like, that's not in real life, is it? Also, butter cake. Yeah, apparently my cheat files are still working if my cam hack is still working, so I think they're inherently tied to the save file, even if I try to disable them through the emulator. So that must be what's causing some weird stuff to happen with Pipe Fairy. Oh well. Ugh, a filthy mattress. Well, better push it into this hole. And before we go, we gotta go save Solid Snake. Or at least steal his silencer. Also, I'm being sarcastic. It's not Solid Snake. Solid Snake in his trademark yellow pants, baby. Wait, is this broken too? This isn't even a New Game Plus thing. This should just work. There it is. I guess I was not hitting exactly the right spot. But yeah. Sam Barlow. No, Sam Barlow is the Origins and Shattered Memories director. Who's the Brady Games guy? He has a similar name. But anyway, the guy who wrote the Brady Games guide for Silent Hill 3. In that guide, when he explains this, where you can break the wall and get the silencer, and there's a pair of legs back there, he's like, is this a reference to Metal Gear Solid? And it led to fans for many, many years after that saying, like, here's a Metal Gear Solid reference. This is Solid Snake. Of course it's Snake in his trademark yellow pants, bright yellow sneaking pants. And it was just the guy who wrote the guide making shit up. Got a silencer. And Heather tells you what it's a reference to directly, if you just examine it. I think I'll leave it alone. There's nothing I can do right now. Oh, did I already skip past the dialogue? God damn it. I'm screwing everything up. Apparently I've already mashed through the dialogue. One of the downsides to Silent Hill 3, if you bring up dialogue and then cancel it out, a lot of times you only get one chance to see it and read it. I've got a save file right before this. We're doing it again. But yeah, she says it's the Black Cat. It's just like Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat. That's the reference. It's not Snake. It's not Metal Gear. Early game guides sure were something. Early meaning like early 2000s. I mean, 90s and 2000s as well. Yeah, there was so much misinformation and just straight up wrong stuff in a lot of video game guides back then. Don't get me wrong, there were some good ones and like definitely some games where you couldn't play them without having a guide. There was some stuff that it's like, how would you figure this out otherwise type of things. I can see legs through the broken part of the wall. I hope those are just mannequin legs, but I guess I'm not that lucky. Just like the Black Cat. I wish I hadn't seen that. So there we go. There was another line of text there that I skipped past where she talks about calling the police, but nobody will show up anyway, type of thing. This game's very finicky about its text. If you press anything, not just even like the confirm button, if you touch the D-pad even slightly, or any button at all, it'll just cancel out text. See, like I'm just going to barely tap the analog stick and it'll just cancel out text immediately. And there's a lot of text in this game where once you look at it, it will only show up once. And then if you try to examine stuff a second time, you get completely different text or no text at all. So it's really, really easy to miss things, little bits of text and dialogue in this game because of that. Remember getting Final Fantasy VII playthrough on a text file from a forum? Oh yeah, those were the days. I was broke as shit when I was a kid, growing up in the late 80s, early 90s. And what I would do, being a little poor kid, I would ride my bike to Blockbuster with a notepad in my pocket and go over to their magazine section, and I would just look up the guide for whatever game I was playing that had like the part that I was stuck on or the thing that I wanted to learn more about, and I would just copy it down in my notepad and then leave. So I did that a lot. I did that a lot as a kid. Basically would just make my own guides bit by bit for the parts that I needed. Like, all right, I'm having a lot of trouble with Ruby Weapon. Take my notepad up to Blockbuster, write down the strategy. Having a hard time remembering all these codes. Grand Theft Auto cheat codes? Yep. And then you use them so much that they become ingrained into your memory. R1, R2, L1, R2, up, right, down, left, up, right, down, left. Where's my GTA fans? Where are you? You know it. You've used it. 100%. I just made some of your brain cells rub together that haven't thought about that code in a long time. But you know it. It's in your brain still. It's in mine. Is that the chaos code? No, that's a weapons code. That's an all weapons code. When you want to say, fuck it, I'm rocket launchering my way out of this situation. All right, Sakura, have a great night. Get some good sleep. This is a great room. I love this little scare in Silent Hill 3. The creepy mannequin room. This is the only mannequin with a head. There's something weird about the headless ones. Like they can still see me or something. Ugh. The camera angle. You can see the head just disappear when the scream happens. Mannequin with no head or legs. I know it's just an inanimate object, but I'm still a little nervous. Afraid, maybe. This is blood. Just a wonderful little creepy moment. Strategy guides and even the video game hotline always make me chuckle. When people complain about battle passes and MTXs in games now, when like they always did some stuff to try to do more for money. At least now it isn't something like a guide or a hotline to get help. Yep. Yep. And while we're talking about guides, especially from back then, I have to talk about the guide that made me stop buying guides. Maybe this was the same for a lot of you as well. Final Fantasy IX. Where's my Final Fantasy IX lovers? And who else bought that useless fucking guide? The Play Online guide. Oh god, not that guide. How bad was it? The scam guide. Yes, it was a scam. Because when you buy a strategy guide, the whole point of buying the strategy guide is that you have a printed version of a walkthrough at your side to look stuff up. You don't have to go online. If you're going to go online to look up a guide, you go on GameFAQs, you go on CheatCC, you go on some forums, and you just look at a guide that some, fan has already typed up. The whole point of a printed guide is that you don't have to go online. The Final Fantasy IX, I forget who printed that one, if that was Prima or Brady, but the Final Fantasy IX guide was quote-unquote enhanced by Play Online, which meant you could go on the Play Online website and get more information for each section of the guide, except it wasn't more information, it was all the information. The guide would be like, now here you are in Trino. You can go to the weapons store and fight this monster. Want to know a strategy for how to fight this monster? Go on Play Online and type in this code. That was the entire guide. Here is a thing. Go online and look it up. Here's a boss fight. Go online and look up what to do. There's a lot of hidden items here in these areas. If you want to know where they all are, go on Play Online and type in this code. I don't want to go online and type in a code. That's why I bought the fucking guide. It is the worst guide ever made. And then the Play Online service, here's the best part. The Play Online service went down and got repurposed a year and a half later. So if you bought that guide a year and a half after that and went on to Play Online to go type in your code and see where the game information was, instead, you got the login page for Final Fantasy XI. Because that's what Play Online was repurposed to. It was the login software for Final Fantasy XI account management. Have fun! Enjoy your useless guide! God. Last strategy guide I ever got. Wrote a guide on a game called Sanitarium. Hey, Sanitarium's great. Text file and took 7 days to write. When I uploaded it to a forum, my rep was skyrocketed and I became a mod in days. Nice. Yeah, Sanitarium's a great game. Really, it ruined guides for me? Yep. I was like, okay, I'm pirating everything and just using the internet from now on. Invest heavily in printers and printer ink if I want to have a printed guide next to me. Just print it off of GameFAQs. Mm-hmm. don't even need a printer. Just go to the library. Right above you is the post from Raptor Maid saying getting banned from the local library for wasting printer ink printing out guides. Yep. Never change. Drawers open just a smidge. Must be rusted or something. I can't pull it out any further. In Turkey, you couldn't get those guides. We're never scammed in those days because all we had were pirated games only. I mean, that's how it was for a lot of places in the world. I have some friends who grew up in Ukraine and talk about playing the like Russian bootlegs of Silent Hill 1 back in the early 2000s that were translated into Russian, but only partly.
Sexy feeling.
And they showed me a screenshot. They showed me a screenshot of Russian bootleg Silent Hill 1, the Birds Without a Voice puzzle. I don't know why I'm in there. The Birds Without a Voice puzzle. They showed me a screenshot of it from one of the first like Russian bootlegs of Silent Hill 1 that was over there. And it basically said in Cyrillic, I don't know how to translate this. Good luck. When you examine the poster, like when you examine the blackboard, it was like, I don't know how to translate this. Good luck. I'm like, damn, that puzzle's hard enough for, especially for kids. Like, if you're playing that game pretty young, even if you have all the information, the piano puzzle can be kind of confusing. I can only imagine playing this bootleg translated version and getting to that, and it's like, good luck. Looks like there was a picture here before. Only the caption's still around. Flame purifies all. Flame, eh? Well, I don't know what kind of picture used to be here, but I'm not too fond of fire. It's scary somehow. Little insight into Heather's subconscious mind, remembering being burned as Alessa, not fond of fire. Russian friend from high school years had ribs. They were LP recordings printed onto X-ray films. Yeah. Oh man, that's awesome. I've heard of that. I've seen like a whole documentary on that stuff back in the day. Stuff I've never experienced myself, but like as somebody who's been a musician for most of my life and has like a lot of older audio media, I always found that super, super interesting. That's cool. Sound quality was very bad, but that's all they had those days. Yeah, a lot of them were pretty much only good for like 1 or 2 plays before they start like completely falling apart. And like, yeah, sound quality wasn't great, but it would be the only way you could get a lot of music, so you just did what you had to do. Gamers waited for game magazines for walkthroughs. Yeah. Game magazines. I had the power Nintendo Power. There weren't a lot of game magazines that I regularly subscribed to, but I had Nintendo Power. I had Electronic Gaming Monthly, good old EGM, and I had PSM. It was rare that I would get official PlayStation magazine because it cost more. The only time I did it was when it had a demo disc that I really wanted, and then I would buy that individual issue. But I really liked the unofficial PSM magazine. J.M. Lee, your dad had a printed CD of Queen because it was banned for decadence in South Korea back then. Damn. That's wild. But it's a true testament to kind of how people are, you know? We will not be denied the things we want. Media, movies, books, you can try to burn them, you can try to ban them. People are creative, man. They're going to get what they want. People will find a way. Yeah, take that, Nintendo. Stream immediately shuts down. Don't get Nintendo on my ass. I'm having a hard enough time keeping up with my medical bills. I don't need Nintendo suing me. Nintendo gonna sue somebody. Don't sue me. As I sit here playing an emulator. To be fair, I own this game, multiple copies of it, and I own this hardware. I dumped my own BIOS. I dumped my own copies of things. And I don't sell or distribute them. Everything I do is legal. Ish. Emulator? What emulator? Thank God it's not a Nintendo emulator then. Honestly, I don't use many, like, Nintendo emulators. The one that I tried to use last time was Dolphin. Because I wanted to try to do a nice high-res playthrough of Shattered Memories with the Dolphin Wii emulator. And it looked good, it ran well, but I couldn't get a Wii remote synced up to it to work. And I couldn't reconfigure the controls to work nice on like a controller or mouse and keyboard. So I just never use it. I just played on the Wii U whenever I stream Shattered Memories. Got into retro achievements. There's a bunch of nostalgic Nintendo games you've been playing that I legally own, Nintendo. Yeah. That old familiar pattern is on a piece of paper stuck to the vending machine. Who the hell put it here? It's not like it's the latest fad or anything, right? I don't know if it's the latest fad, but there's definitely a lot of people with that tattoo. That's probably the most common Silent Hill tattoo that I see. The Halo of the Sun. Halo of the Sun, Pyramid Head, Nurse, Seal of Metatron. Those are like the main ones I always see fans get. Incredibly common, but it's so sick though. Oh, I'm not saying that. It's common, but like they're damn cool symbols. I can see. I've seen a lot of cool tattoos. I wouldn't get them because I want to be a special, unique snowflake. If I get a Silent Hill tattoo, which I probably will at some point. It sucks too. I gotta quit sharing my ideas with you guys because someone stole mine. My idea for a Silent Hill tattoo was actually going to come from this game. I wanted to get a tattoo of the Eye of Night tarot card because it's not a real tarot card. It was made up specifically for Silent Hill 3. And I'm like, I never see anybody get this as a tattoo. It's got a cool meaning behind it. Fans who know will know, but it's also just kind of like, oh, cool, a tarot card. Someone on the fucking Silent Hill subreddit, like maybe 3 weeks ago, was like, check out my Eye of Night tarot card tattoo. And I was like, God damn you. Someone in the comments even said, Nub Zombie, is that you? In the replies. It's not me. It wasn't me. Someone else got it. I'm like, damn it. Now I gotta think of something else. I'm gonna wind up getting tattoos of Crusher Dan. Fuck you guys. Taking my shit. Taking my good ideas. Show yourself, chatter. Honestly, if that is one of my viewers, I'll give you a VIP badge if you can prove it's you. What about the heater from Lakeview Hotel? I don't know if I want the words, I'm Johnny, one hot guy, tattooed on my body. I feel like that could be mistaken. I feel like that could be taken maybe incorrectly.
It's being invaded by the other world, by a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
Oh, my boy Harry.
Oh no, not again. Did she do this too?
My boy Harry's voice. It hurts. Because we're almost to the apartment. Now I'm trying to think of cool tattoos from Silent Hill. You can get this one. Alessa's shrieking insanity. The mummy-like thing in the wheelchair is just a doll. Or is it? Something about it makes me uneasy. Why, I wonder? And why is there a wheelchair in this building? Or a doll, for that matter? Marilyn Monroe, Kappa. Hey, I've corrected myself since then. Yeah, for a long time, a lot of fans, myself included, have been wrong about that mouth. That mouth. So, the first thing that most people thought it was Lisa Garland's laughing mouth from the Silent Hill 1 soundtrack cover. But if you look at the Lisa mouth next to this, it's different. It's not open as wide, the teeth aren't spaced the same, and Lisa has nostrils. This mouth does not. So it's not exactly the same. It's not Lisa. After that, a lot of fans, myself included, thought that this was Marilyn Monroe's iconic laughing mouth from one of her headshots, one of the photos of her. I thought that's what it was. It looks identical to the one Marilyn Monroe photo. Oh, it does. Here, like I'll pull it up and compare, because I've done it for story playthroughs in the past. Monroe laughing photo. So, like, there's Marilyn Monroe. Let's take this, flip it, trim it. Need the nostrils visible. I was like, man, this has got to be it. It's so close. But not quite. Not quite. Very close. Get the opacity going. Scale it. Line up them chompers. It's very close, but not quite. But here's the thing. Teeth seems like it got minor adjustments. No, guys. Before you start trying to guess, I literally asked Ito myself on Twitter. There's been a lot of times where, not a lot of times, but a few times, where I've asked Ito, because he's very active on Twitter. A lot of times if you tweet something at him or send him a message as a fan, as long as you're like respectful and polite and patient, he'll eventually respond to you. At least he used to. Maybe not as much these days. But several years back when I was doing these story playthroughs, I would come across things that I wasn't sure about, and I would just message Ito and be like, hey, what is this? Here's what I think it is. Is this accurate? I asked him about that mouth. I asked him about the mouth there. And the answer he gave me was that he painted it without a reference. It's not Lisa. It's not Marilyn Monroe. It's something that he just painted. He just made that image. It's like a 3D render painting, but it's something that he made without any other reference. So it has its own specific meaning. It's a representation of Alessa. It's supposed to be Alessa's mouth, if anything. And it represents her screaming insanity or her shrieking insanity. Same thing with the bleeding ears. Basically, this idea that the little bit of Alessa that still exists through Heather has lost her sanity. She's not her own person anymore. She essentially doesn't exist, but still is kind of forced to continue existing through Heather. And it's a big part of Heather, Cheryl, having to reconcile that with the memory of Alessa through the boss fight later on in the amusement park. But the idea that some little part of Alessa still exists and has just gone insane from not being able to exist in her own way. Stop it. Stop it. Worst enemy in the game right here? Yeah, slurpers. Slurpers are extra annoying. Oh god, my cat is fussing at me. Hold on, Bubba. Almost to a cutscene. Ziggy wants me to turn on the sink for him, because that's how he prefers to drink water. He has bowls and fountains and everything else around the house. He refuses to use them. He just wants to drink out of the sink. And it's turned off right now, so he's howling at me and scratching at the mirror. Oh, there's something here. Find the Holy One. Kill her. That's me. Who could have taken this photo? That's really creepy. Drink from bowls like a pleb? Well, that's why I got him fountains. Multiple fountains. I even specifically got him a fountain that is like shaped like a little sink, where the part that the water comes out of is like a normal sink faucet. Doesn't use it. He needs a real sink. Fucking ass. He wants his water with extra water. That spicy water. Oh, it goes one step further. It goes one step further. He'll drink out of the sink once I turn it on, but that is not 100% what he wants. That is what he will settle for. What he actually wants is for me to stand there and put my finger under the faucet so that the water comes out slightly at an angle, so he doesn't have to turn his head so much and get all the way up under it, and stand there the entire time to drink the water that way. My wife and I now, we hear him start crying and scratching at the mirror, and we're just like, you want finger water? Because that's what he really wants. So enjoy this Vincent cutscene. I'm going to go give my cat finger water.
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who are you?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? Ah, so Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side, eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
How do you know my father anyway?
I know everything. I know about your past, too.
Then tell me what's going on.
You don't know even that?
That's why I'm asking. If you know everything, then tell me how I can put an end to this.
Not yet. Why not enjoy yourself a bit longer?
Enjoy? I feel like I'm going crazy. Does this place get to you at all?
Oh, it gets to me, all right. I find it most fascinating. Wait! I'm not finished talking!
I knew you were on her side.
How do you figure?
There's something wrong with you, too.
Good scene. Shame I didn't get to watch it. It's a good thing I've seen this game 1,000 times. And all of the scenes are permanently embedded into my memory. But my cat's happy. And that's what matters. There's a junior high school chemistry book here. When you pour diluted hydrogen peroxide onto a manganese dioxide, oxygen is produced. Although oxygen will not burn on its own, it will help other things to burn. This is another thing that changes in the difficulty options. If you're playing on hard difficulty, you still need the chemicals to be able to burn the painting. But the chemistry book kind of giving you a clue is not here. But we picked up our Oxidol. Used to disinfect cuts and stuff. It foams when you put it on. Was gonna say, yeah, I didn't get to watch the cutscene, but I do like that cutscene with Vincent. There's a lot of neat stuff going on with it. I like Heather responding, so Vincent knows what's going on. He knows that the god is growing inside of Heather. He knows that the god feeds off of negative emotions. So fear and pain and anger. Anything like that, the god is growing off of those feelings. So he sits there, he's talking to Heather. He's kind of messing with her a little bit because it's just Vincent's personality type, what he likes to do. And when he talks about Harry being a sneaky guy, and then Heather gets mad, slams her fist on the door, like, don't talk about my dad like that. And Vincent immediately changes his tone, like, please calm down, because he knows all he's doing is causing that anger, which is feeding the god, which is the last thing he wants. Cats are silly? Yeah, they are. They're just silly little guys. Is it explained why Vincent joined the Order, or is that spoiler? We don't care about spoilers here. We spoil the entire series here in our discussions. Not from what I remember, although I need to replay the Silent Hill Orphan mobile games again. It was a series, there's 3 of them, that were for old mobile phones way back in the day. And it actually does go into a little bit of Vincent and Claudia's past. I can't remember if it gives any kind of reasoning behind Vincent joining the Order, but I'd have to replay them to be sure. Always loved the line, "They look like monsters to you." That gave me such a mindfuck when I first played this. I love the line, and I love Vincent's delivery of it. I love that whole scene. I don't like how the fan base interprets it, because there are so many fans who take that line, and this is from Vincent, the guy who likes to lie and string Heather along and fuck with her just to get a reaction, who take that line and immediately just say, "Oh, you're going around killing people the whole time." And it's their excuse to headcanon all of the manifestations, all of how the town's powers work, drawing from your subconscious and the parallel like fog world and other world. All of these things that are established and part of the lore across many, many games, and just discard all of that and say, "Oh, you're just crazy and you're running around killing real people because Vincent said the thing." I hate that. I hate that. I love the line. I love the scene. I hate the way so many fans interpret it. 100% Vincent's fucking with Heather. Even outside of just like fucking with Heather, the fucking with Heather is leaving it vague to let Heather think that she's doing something horrible and get a reaction out of her, because she was mocking him right before he says that about the whole like, "Oh, you're making me do your dirty work," and Vincent's like, "Oh, I never liked getting all hot and sweaty," and she kind of mocks him in her response, like, "Oh, really?" Vincent doesn't like to be mocked. He doesn't like to be fucked with that. So he flips it around on Heather of like, "You're the worst person in this room. What are you doing going around killing these things? You know, and being satisfied when you do it." So he's trying to flip it on her after she sort of belittled him. And remember, Vincent's a part of the Order. He's a part of the cult. The cult still sees these things. They know about the manifestations and the deities and the things like Valtiel, but they don't see them as monsters. To them, they are angels. They are deities. They are gods. They're part of their belief structure. They're not monsters. They're not creatures to them, but they're not fucking people either. You're not just running around killing normal humans. that you are hallucinating to be monsters. So, again, it's pet peeve of mine that there's a lot of fans who just take that one line and disregard so much other really fascinating lore just to be like, oh, you're hallucinating and killing people. Got it. Vincent's a troll. Vincent is a troll. Also, I love this. I shouldn't have picked up the map. I love this this creature design. Well, I accidentally read the journal instead. I forgot how janky the cam hack is in Silent Hill 3. Anyway, I really like that creature. He's called the Glutton. Doesn't attack you, doesn't do anything, just blocks the way. But I love the design of it. It's the epitome of monster design for Silent Hill for me, where it's horrible and scary, but you just don't even know what it is that you're looking at. It's sort of like you start getting into that eldritch horror type of thing where I can't even really make heads or tails of what it is that I'm looking at, but I know that it's terrifying. And I love that concept for Silent Hill creatures. I think that's the best type of Silent Hill creature design, is something that gives you the primal instinct of, I don't fucking like this, I don't want to get anywhere near this, but I don't know even what it is. I don't like the designs where you just immediately can tell what it is. Like, oh, it's just a person. That's a big part of my problem with like Downpour and the creature designs. Like, that is just a lady. That's a lady in a dirty dress with some long fingernails and pointy teeth. That's a prisoner man with some really bad, braces on his face. Even the dogs, like, I understand the symbolism and the usage of the dogs. Alessa was scared of dogs, so that's why they're a thing in Silent Hill 1. That's why they're a thing in Silent Hill 3. But you can still just, like, tell what they are, what they're based on. I like the stuff where it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? The Glutton, the Closers, the Slurpers, even. Like, until I really zoomed in and looked at them with the cam hack and noticed, like, the human-like ear and the weird mask thing on the front. The stuff where you aren't really sure what you're looking at, but you still know, like, I don't want to have anything to do with this creature. Those are the best designs. Anyway, we found a fairy tale book. And it's relevant to the story. It's a parallel to things that are happening. Once upon a time, there was a monster living at the gates of a village. It was a very scary and a very bad monster. It would catch people and crunch them up with its big teeth. The villagers were afraid of the monster, and no one would dare approach the gates. Everyone was stuck inside the village. When the king heard about this, he summoned his knights. The knights eagerly rode out to defeat the monster. Ha! Take that! Their swords slashed and their spears flashed, but the monster wouldn't die. The monster tossed the knights into its mouth one by one, horses and all. What was the king to do? He fretted and fussed and paced the floor, but could think of no solution. Soon after, the village priestess came to the castle. She was a very kind and good person. The king asked her to defeat the monster guarding the gates. The book's torn, the rest is missing. I remember reading this a long time ago. I think I borrowed it from someone. This is one of Alessa's memories. Alessa remembers reading this. She borrowed it from Claudia. I don't remember how it ended, though. Didn't I read the story through to the end? So then we have the representation of that creature. Is this the monster from that book? If it is, and I don't watch myself, it'll gobble me up in no time. I can't tell where its mouth is, though. Exactly. Exactly, Heather. That's why I love it. Excuse me. Did I even get the liver? Damn. What do I think of what we've seen of Silent Hill F so far? I think it's promising. I like what we've seen so far. I like the bits of information and everything that we've seen. The trailers, the little bits of music. I just hope they handle everything well. I just hope it's a good, fun horror game. I hope it's not just Silent Hill in name only. That's one of the main concerns I have with it. Because you have stuff like Silent Hill Short Message and Silent Hill Ascension, where there's like Silent Hill in the title, but no Silent Hill anywhere in the story. Short Message just has one little throwaway note, and Silent Hill is otherwise never mentioned, never brought up, never a part of it. Ascension doesn't even do that. Like, nobody's from there, nobody is going there, you never see anybody talk about it. The words Silent Hill are not in a single episode of Silent Hill Ascension. So that's the stuff I kind of worry about, is that it'll be a good game, it'll be a good psychological horror game with a Japanese setting, and the gameplay could be good, and the story could be good, the characters could be interesting, but it could have absolutely nothing to do with Silent Hill and no attempt to connect it in any kind of meaningful way. That's my biggest worry. I don't think that will be the case, but until it comes out, we won't really know. Here's where we learn about Heather being a smoker. Get the matchbook. The fact that there is a cigarette in the ashtray still burning. Like somebody was just here. Maybe Vincent. We never see him actively smoking, but I've seen that man's teeth. But when you examine it, no more cigarettes for me. I quit for good. 17-year-old Heather. Used to smoke and has quit by the age of 17. So I talked about this. I'm going to have to kill these guys so I can talk about this a little more easily. You get out of here. I'm gonna kill the other one. Heather, aim down. Please. Okay. So I talked about this a little bit in Silent Hill 1, specifically in Alchemilla Hospital. You get on the elevator, you go, there's 3 floors. You start off on the first floor, you go to the second floor, you can't go through. You go to the third floor, you can't go through. You get back on the elevator, and then the 4th floor is there. And for a long time, a lot of fans were like, oh, 4 in Japanese means she. You pronounce it as she, which can also mean death. So this is supposed to be like creepy symbolism around the number 4, that the 4th floor is the one that takes you to the other world. Again, similar to the screaming mouth or laughing mouth imagery in this, I asked Ito directly on Twitter about the 4th floor thing from Silent Hill 1. And Ito responded and told me, no, we made this game for Western audiences, not using Japanese superstition. If we wanted to make it something superstitious for a Western audience, it would have been a 13, not a 4. Because the game was being geared specifically towards Western audiences, where 4 being an unlucky number is not really a thing. So it was just coincidence. The creepiness of it is just that it's a floor that wasn't there previously, and then suddenly it is. The 4 significance was all put there by fans. So the point I'm trying to make is, it's very easy with these games to sort of assume something has more meaning or was inspired by something that isn't actually true. It's not the case. This is another similar situation. This imagery, this large glass panel separating us from this hallway, where there's a wheelchair bathed in kind of a yellowy orangey light. For a long time, a lot of fans assumed, oh, this is a reference to Session 9, which I understand why people would make that assumption. Let me pull up Session 9. Jesus. If you type in Session 9 wheelchair and search by Google Images, literally the first image is this fucking part of Silent Hill 3. God damn it. This is exactly what I mean. Anyway. So, here's Session 9. It's used on the poster, it's used on the cover of the book for the novelization. It's an iconic, striking image of a wheelchair bathed in an orangey kind of glow. It's even sort of like at the same angle and everything. So I get it. I understand why fans would assume that that's supposed to be like a direct reference. Let me see if I can pull up the actual tweet. Here it is. From Ito himself. It's too big. The wheelchair has significance because Alessa was in a wheelchair. That's why there's wheelchairs all over Silent Hill 1. That's why you find the broken, squeaky wheelchair spinning in the alley in the nightmare intro of Silent Hill 1. You find a wheelchair in Midwich Elementary that even Harry Mason comments on. You see Alessa's actual burned form body, not her psychic projection in the blue dress, but her actual body, wrapped in sheets in a wheelchair at the end of Silent Hill 1. The wheelchair is supposed to be a reference to Alessa. The wheelchair's not from Session 9. In the first place, Ito never watched that film, and we used wheelchair as a metaphor in the first Silent Hill. So it wasn't something that the devs were aware of when they were making Silent Hill 3. You also kind of have the timeline of everything happening. So Session 9 came out in 2001. By 2001, they would have already been in the midst of working on Silent Hill 3. That's not to say they wouldn't have had, like, the time to see it and incorporate things from it, but we have developer commentary directly saying, like, that's not why the wheelchair is there. It just happens to be very similar imagery. So there's a lot of stuff in these games that I think fans really kind of assume is connected or has a deeper meaning or has an influence or a reference that just isn't true. It's not actually something that inspired the imagery or something that influenced the imagery. Or like in the case of the elevator in Silent Hill 1, you know, the fourth floor doesn't have any sort of significance around it being the Japanese sort of superstition around the number 4. Jacob's Ladder is probably the most clear example of Silent Hill influence. I don't know if I would say the most clear example. Maybe if you're talking about just Silent Hill 2. But if we're talking about the series as a whole, it's Stephen King. Stephen King and David Lynch. Jacob's Ladder had a big influence on the series. Over the series, it's less noticeable. Specifically with Silent Hill 2, it's much more noticeable. James is fucking dressed like Jacob Singer. Like, that's why he's got the military jacket. But much more than Jacob's Ladder, I would say order of how heavy they borrowed imagery and storyline and parallels and influence. Number 1 would probably be Stephen King. Number 2 would probably be David Lynch. I still think Laura is symbolic of Mary's innocence. Am I just going to have to pull up all the Ito tweets right now? How dare you? How dare you? Run it back, everyone. Laura, Angela, Eddie, and James were real. They actually existed there. Maria was only James's delusion. They're not manifestations, except for Maria. They're not representations of aspects of James's psyche, or Mary's innocence, or the child they could never have. They're real people with their own characters, their own lives, their own histories, their own reasons for being associated with James or with the town. And boiling them down to be symbolic of something that they are not strips them away of their individuality and their personification as their own person, like as a human that is a part of the story. I don't want to take away your headcanon if you enjoy having headcanon. But those are things that are confirmed by the developers for a reason, because they're important to understanding the story and the narrative. And again, it takes away from those characters as people in part of the larger story to just say, oh, Eddie represents James's anger, and Angela represents this, and Laura represents that. They're people with their own stories, their own lives, their own things that they love, their own things that they hate, their own reasons for existing and being in the town. Don't take that from them. Don't belittle them into just being your representation of something that they're not. I think they meant in a symbolic sense, not in a literal sense. Both can be correct. Sure. At this point, we've just got to agree to disagree and move on. I'm 8 hours into this marathon. We're not anywhere close to Silent Hill 4 yet. And it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. You interpreting the games however you want makes no difference to me. Now, if you start editing the Silent Hill wiki and posting your theories as fact, or arguing with developers on social media, then we might have a problem. But you're allowed to have your personal interpretation. Laura doesn't see Silent Hill like the others do, correct? Yeah, that's also been confirmed by developers. She is still experiencing the other world, but she doesn't experience manifestations. No monsters. She also doesn't perceive, like, Maria or anything like that. Like to discuss things like this, and I know the facts too, but I do like to explore the medium. That's fair. That's fair. Like I said, I'm overreacting. I'm giving you a hard time. I'm getting worked up over video games again. You guys got me. Oh wait, this is not the right floor. at the end of the day, it's video games. It's video games that are largely confusing and meant to be vague and nebulous and allow people room for interpretation. What I will say is I am definitely not one of those fans who is like death of the author. I don't care what the devs say, I'm going to believe whatever I want. I very, very much enjoy learning more about these series and the intentions behind the people who made it to have a more clear understanding of it. But there's a lot of people who very much are not in that camp, who are like, yeah, it doesn't matter what the devs say. The game's out, it's not their game, it's our game. It's up to us as the players to interpret it however we want. For me, I find that personally disrespectful. Like, I would not personally do that because it disrespects a lot of the work that those people put into making the game. When they took the time to make the narrative, make the characters, and give them a specific purpose, a reason for existing, a reason they designed something a certain way, a reason behind making a camera angle a certain way, or designing a visual a certain way, an environment, or anything. People worked on that. People worked hard to make it the way that it is, and there's intention behind it. And I don't like to disregard that intention and that work and that effort. That's how I feel.
Tu fui ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
I think the beef jerky is symbolic of Alessa secretly feeding her neighbor's dog beef jerky at night. Alessa was scared of dogs, Maxie. You would never. How dare you? How dare you? Wonder if those words meant something or just pig Latin. No, it does translate in Latin. Hold on. Check my notes. Tu fui ego eris is a shortened version of the memento mori. I was you, you will be me. So a lot of people are more familiar with the longer version of that. As you are, I once was. As I am, you too shall be. Which is also seen on tombstones and in graveyards, on epitaphs and things like that. Because, yeah, it's a reminder, a memento mori. A reminder that you too are mortal. You will one day die. So enjoy life. Enjoy every day. You never know when it will be snatched from you. It happens to us all. Don't take it for granted. You're good, X-Men. I'm the one who needs to apologize. I'm sorry, X-Men. I didn't mean to call you out like that. start digging up Ito tweets. But I've spent 26 years playing these games, being hyper obsessed about them, spending a lot of my life researching them and trying to understand them better. Sometimes I forget they're still just video games. People are allowed to think differently. It's all good. Usually I'm pretty good about that. Right now, I streamed for like 14 hours yesterday. I slept very little, and then I've currently streamed for another 8 hours today, and I'm not done yet because I'm doing Silent Hill 4 after this. So my usual common sense to not be such a dick about those things is not really, my instincts didn't kick in and say, no, Nub, don't be like that. The fucking Redditor, YouTube commenter in me started coming out there for a moment, and I apologize.
Oh. Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad? No! Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
No, I'll never understand!
You must try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god, and build an eternal paradise. He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do? I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
She said it. She said the thing. We're going to the place. Right after we deal with this asshole. Got him.
I don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. I'm fine, so just get out of here and leave me alone already!
Calm down. I just...
Calm down? How am I supposed to do that? My father is dead! He's murdered! Get out! This is all your fault! If it weren't for you,
I'm sorry.
then go!
If it'll make you feel better, I will. Is he okay like this?
What else can I do? There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
How are you gonna get there?
None of your business.
I'll give you a ride.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, but it's too far to walk. Besides, I'm partly responsible for this. I'll bring the car around back. Come by and we'll finish saying goodbye.
You know, you might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
Poor Douglas. Poor Harry. I'll find that woman and make her pay. I promise I will. Wonder if my dad would be mad at me for thinking that way. I'll be back, Dad. Promise I'll come home soon. Right after I grab my taser. He says breaks my heart since he passed before this game released. Yeah, Douglas's voice actor. Richard Gross. This was like one of the last things he worked on, and he didn't He didn't live long enough to see what a huge success it would be.
I just
All
met
the
some
fans of
guy
him
named
and his work and the
Vincent.
game itself. Very sad.
Vincent?
He's a friend of yours, right?
And then Vincent shows up,
I'm not sure.
gave Douglas a map.
He said when we get to Silent Hill to look for a guy named
Vincent
Leonard.
still pulling the
He gave me
strings.
this map. What do you want to do?
We can't trust him, but we've got no other choice.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it. Started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold? What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway? It used to be a nice, quiet little town. But now,
You've been there?
once, on a missing persons case. Never did find him. But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town. My line of work, you hear a lot of nasty rumors.
I was born and raised there.
Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No offense taken.
Anyway, I thought you grew up in Portland. What's wrong? Feeling sick?
My head's pounding like the worst hangover ever.
Maybe you're car sick.
No. I'm just trying to remember. My childhood. Something terrible happened in Silent Hill 17 years ago. A woman named Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of the town. She offered up her very own daughter.
That's crazy.
Maybe so, but it worked. The girl gave birth to a god. You see, that girl had special powers.
Powers?
Her classmates called her a witch. She could make things happen with her mind. She could kill people just by wishing for it. But in the end, that god was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
You've got some kind of power in you too?
After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms. Before she died, she gave the baby to my father. me just like I was his very own daughter. Even though he didn't know who or what I was. It was so sudden. I never had a chance to tell you how happy you made me.
I'm gonna head for that Leonard guy's house. You check out the hospital. You got the map, right?
Yeah,
You gonna be okay alone?
I'm not a child, you know. Are you sure it's not you who's afraid to be alone?
You're right. I am afraid. I'm 50-something years old. I ain't never seen nothing like this. I still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
Yeah. I want to wake up and have a smoke already. Meet me back here when you're finished looking around the hospital. Okay?
Roger.
Love this scene. Letter to My Future Self, good song. Yeah, the whole car ride. It's a good way to sort of remind people of the events of Silent Hill 1 in kind of a little brief sort of summary. And for people who played 3 but didn't play 1, you at least get a little bit of the important parts. I still feel like you really got to play Silent Hill 1 to really appreciate 3, but great scene. Great scene. I love the dialogue, the voice performances, the music choice. And these little moments in the hotel, as much as Heather is dealing with all this shit, Douglas is still there trying to help her and make it up to her. And you can kind of see these little moments where she doesn't completely hate him. She has every right to. But there's that little bit of a bond forming between them. That's got to be a coincidence. But still, that's pretty weird. Who could have done this? Also, we're in the Silent Hill 2 remake room. They recreate this hotel room for Silent Hill 2 remake. Just as an Easter egg. Douglas's hat is like sitting over here. And there's, when you come back here after the town is switched to the other world in Silent Hill 2 remake, there's a giant halo of the sun on the wall here behind the wallpaper on the bed, or above the bed. Silent Hill 2 remake reference. Yep. This is one of the few actual, like, small complaints I've got about Silent Hill 3. I love this game. Like I said, Silent Hill 2 is my favorite, but, like, just barely over this one. This one is a very, very special game to me for many, many reasons. It's fog, man. But this part of the game always bothered me just a little. And I understand why it is the way that it is. I get it. Because they had all these town assets from Silent Hill 2. And it's much easier and faster and cheaper to reuse these assets for the little bits of town exploration that you do. But I really, really wish we would have gone to the Silent Hill 1 locations. This is the sequel to Silent Hill 1. This is everything else up to this point has all been about references to Silent Hill 1 and parallels to Silent Hill 1. I would have loved, absolutely loved, if they had been able to have the time and budget to recreate those Silent Hill 1 locations, parts of that town, for the PS2. For Heather to explore. Alchemilla instead of Brookhaven, if we're gonna do a hospital, you know, that sort of thing. Gotta stop in at Heaven's Night, though. I do like that this is included, the tourism pamphlet. I'd forgotten it, but it's true. Silent Hill was originally a resort town. Welcome to Silent Hill. Yeah, same tourism brochure that you find in Woodside Apartments in Silent Hill 2. Will Silent Hill 4 make the stream tonight? I really want to, Murky Dirk. We're 8.5 hours in, and I've still got a lot of Silent Hill 3 to get to before we even start 4. So let's hustle. Let's get moving. At the very least, now I can start using Heather Beam again. I was avoiding it for the first part of the game so we didn't get the UFO ending by accident. So clearing out enemies will be a little bit faster. Stuck to the wall. Cookie, toothbrush, spoon, Christmas card, clock. Whoever did it probably used glue, but why do this in the first place? There's a key glued to the wall. I'd really like to take it with me, but it's really stuck tight. Can't even pull it off. Nurses, please. I don't even need to be in there. Go get our nail polish remover, our perfume that we're not ever going to use. Typewritten memo here. First larger than the second, second twice the third, third smaller than the fourth, fourth is half the first. Actually, it's been a while since I've done this on normal riddle. I used to have all of these things memorized, but 14-hour stream yesterday, 8.5-hour stream today. My brain's a little melted. I'm just gonna bring up my notes. Uh, 8634. I know the digits, I couldn't remember the order. I thought it was like 6 and then 3, with half being the first, but that doesn't work. Medical record for this guy. Leonard Wolf's victim, stabbed over a religious dispute. Nurses with guns. Four o'clock. Not often that I see minute hand right up at 12. Whoops. All I had to do was turn one dial to 4 and I somehow messed that up. That'd be some crazy speedrun RNG. We're getting L1R1. I'm gonna do my best just to even get to Silent Hill 4, let alone the hospital. The hallway RNG. Oops. I love the environmental storytelling in that hallway. Wheelchair tipped over, blood everywhere, submachine gun with bullet shells everywhere. Like, what the heck happened here? Person in a wheelchair with a submachine gun got attacked by something and dragged into the elevator shaft. Seven 145. Yeah, sorry, there's going to be some things we're kind of skipping over and missing out on. Because I do want to try and get to Silent Hill 4 tonight. We're not, like, reading all the Stanley Coleman notes and stuff like that at this point.
Hello?
Claudia.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie to me, Claudia. You're always trying to run from your responsibilities. Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you still don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. Ah, what a ridiculous dream.
Wait, just listen to me for a second.
I've heard enough from you already. How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather.
Heather.
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Claudia is your daughter?
Oh, so you know her, do you? Are you one of her followers?
No, never. When I find her, I
can feel the hatred.
What?
Behind your words. The anger. You plan to kill her, don't you?
I'm sorry, but She killed my father.
She's a fool. But she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways. But I see it's too late. Heather, will you help me?
Help you?
I'm locked up in here. And I must stop Claudia.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal? The end of the hall on the second floor.
What's up, ZPL? I love the psychic communication over a telephone concept coming back from Silent Hill 1. Alessa, or I guess Alessa's half of the soul as Cheryl, talking to Harry over the phone in Midwich. Now we have Leonard Wolf psychically communicating over a phone, thinking that it's Claudia, but it's actually Heather, since they both have, you know, psychic abilities. I guess they're both able to use the psychic phone, the psychic hotline. Been a long time. A few years ago, some major changes happened in my life. Now I must live in the daytime. That's okay. It happens. I've been going through some big changes this year, too. Back in March, I was in the emergency room because I thought I was having a heart attack or a stroke. Since then, I've been treated for anxiety, nerve problems, heart problems, blood pressure problems. I'm on a lot of different medications. I'm exercising more. I have to get out in the sunlight for vitamin D. Can't eat sodium anymore. Only drink water. No drinking, no smoking, nothing like that. It's been kind of a crazy year, but hey, I'm taking better care of myself now, but definitely big life changes. It happens.
Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive?
Poor Lisa. Poor Lisa. The hell, was I daydreaming? No, more like watching a video in a dark room. That nurse, I know her. Lisa, who was so heavenly toward me in that hellish hospital room. She did get a little weird, though. Lawsuit incoming. Yeah. That's the scene where Thessaly Lerner found out Konami was using her voice for something other than Silent Hill 1. That's why there's no Silent Hill 1 voice audio in the PC port. Probably also why all of that is redubbed for the HD collection. What's up, Valtiel? What's up, Fukuro lady, who's supposed to represent Lisa? Because Ito didn't have time to make a Lisa model. Also, you get a glimpse of Valtiel dragging that nurse back into that, through the hole in the wall there. If you're quick and you look over there. Sorry to hear that, no, it's all good. It was a real wake-up call. Needed to, like I said, take better care of myself. So sometimes it turns into a trip to the emergency room to kind of wake you up on that stuff. I've actually got appointments this week. Wednesday, I'm seeing an orthopedic specialist about the nerve issues. And, because, yeah, I've been having numbness on the left side of my body. So I've already seen a nerve specialist, and next step is the orthopedic specialist. And if they can't figure it out, then after that, it's going to be a neurological thing. So I'll have to start looking into brain scans. So I'm really hoping Wednesday, the orthopedic specialist can figure out what's going on. I'd rather it be like sciatica or pinched nerves or something like that than, you know, something wrong in my brain. One 1079. Hope it's nothing too serious, Nub. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Bob. Like I said, I'm hoping for some good news this week. Wednesday, I see the orthopedic specialist to see if they can help me figure it out. Because, yeah, my left leg, my left arm, left side of my face, like pretty much everything on the left side of my body will just go numb or ache extremely bad for no reason. It doesn't happen with like physical exertion or anxiety or anything like that. It'll just happen. And the day after that, that's on Wednesday, and then Thursday, I've got an appointment to follow up with my cardiologist. Last month I had a visit with a cardiologist because I've been having heart problems, and a lot of issues, irregular heartbeat. Baltiel in there just doing his thing. Don't worry about that. But yeah, I've been having heart issues. So they had me wearing a heart monitor for 2 weeks. So Thursday, I see my cardiologist for the follow-up to go over the results from the heart monitor. Figure out what's going on with that. Sounds neurological, stroke-like. So that's what I had to see a nerve specialist twice to get nerve conductivity tests done. And neither of those tests showed significant like nerve damage or anything. I was a little bit below average or normal, but not enough for it to signify something really major. But the nerve specialist also thought that I might have suffered when I went to the ER back in March, that it might have been a transient ischemic attack. I talked with my primary care doctor, and she does not think that that's the case because I didn't seem to have any of the other symptoms, like face drooping, difficulty talking, like none of that happened. But that doesn't always happen with stroke and with transient ischemic attacks. So could be an exceptional case where I didn't get the speech and face droopage and stuff like that. Could be something else entirely. That's why I'm seeing a bunch of different specialists and why I'm in deep in medical debt now. I just need some good news, man. Hopefully this week.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today...
Does number 31 have a significant meaning here? All of these numbers are significant.
And I have...
So Heather's a reincarnation of Alessa Gillespie.
Which do you prefer?
If you add up Alessa's age with Heather's age, you get 31. Alessa also split her soul into another person, another little girl called Cheryl. If you add Heather's age with Cheryl's age, you get 24. So that's why he says 31st birthday, 24th birthday. That would be the ages of Alessa or Cheryl if they had continued to exist rather than just Heather herself in this incarnation. Yeah, Bob. I mean, I've already been doing a lot better, just from taking better care of myself and addressing, like, the blood pressure issues, the vitamin D deficiency, a lot of other stuff that I've learned since doing all the blood work and seeing all the doctors. Like, there's a lot of other stuff that I was having issues with in terms of my health. So fixing my diet, exercising, cutting out sodium, cutting out caffeine, getting on medication to help with blood pressure, all that stuff has helped me a lot. I'm doing really well now compared to where I was back in March. But yeah, the limb numbness and the heart palpitations and heart issues have been the big stuff, the main concerning things at this point. So, if I can get that figured out and squared away, that'll be good. And hopefully nothing too bad. Oh, that's kind of funny. When you have this costume on, Heather's hair and face don't have the color applied. All the birthday talk must be a reference to Long Legs. I still need to watch that. I've heard good things about it. All right, Leonard. This. Will he be in Phelps mode? We'll see. Let's see if he's going to be Leonard Swimmered.
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do. I don't want any part of that kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. We were both just wrong about each other. I thought you were a normal person.
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my seal, eh? Heretic! You plan to destroy God!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play innocent. You can't fool me anymore. The seal is mine! I was appointed by God to be its guardian! The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Leonard? Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God!
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
Tell him. Tell him, Queen. No, dude. You're supposed to just chill and let me reload. No, dude. We almost got a good cycle. I got the first round. Hey, DJ Rebirth. DJ Rebirth, thank you so much for the raid. We're dealing with a very finicky Leonard right now. Wonderful. Got him. Shoutouts DJ Rebirth. For anybody here, if you're not already following DJ Rebirth, dude's awesome. Not just a name, by the way. Actual fucking kick-ass DJ. But really good Silent Hill speedrunner, as well as many other games.
Guess I should head back to the motel now.
You were doing some Silent Hill 4 speedruns? Hell yeah. Hope that went well for you. I'm actually doing part 2 of a marathon today. Not much of a marathon. I wanted to get to as many games as I could. Yesterday I streamed for 14 hours and we did Silent Hill 1 and half of Silent Hill 2. Today we did the rest of Silent Hill 2. Now I'm trying to get through 3 kind of quickly so that we can get to 4. And then I'll basically be speedrunning through 4 myself. We'll still be watching cutscenes and stuff, but yeah. Hope you've been doing well, man. Good to see you. Thank you again so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. For anybody who's new here, coming over from DJ Rebirth's channel, I'm Nub Zombie. I've basically been playing Silent Hill for the last 26 years and streaming it on Twitch for the last over 10 years. So if you like Silent Hill, these games are my jam. I speedrun them. I do super in-depth story playthroughs of them. I cover absolutely everything in this entire franchise. So welcome, welcome, welcome.
You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father. didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, and kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
Oh, the way he hit you, kicked you, made you cry. Fucking Vincent, man. Whoa. Why was my game lagging there? Don't crash on me now. We've come this far. Don't you crash on me now. It's not too often that I gotta deal with crashes when I'm playing on PCSX2, but it does happen sometimes. Like some weird hitching going on.
Where's Douglas?
He went out. But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake, on the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
God, I love the music during that scene. And you don't get to even hear the full track. That full track on the OST is like amazing. Bow, bow. Three and 4 OST are just too good. I mean, pretty much anything Yamaoka does for the series is really damn good, but yeah, 3 and 4 got some real good tracks on it. Of course, there's a lot of stuff I really like from 1 and 2. Even when you start getting into the Western games, like, I'm not a big fan of Origins, but Origins has got some good songs on it. ORT. My pixels. They're phasing out of existence.
Oh, hell.
Hey, what's up, Skulls? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. Back in the day, you get the CDs from Konami Style Europe, worth every penny. Hell yeah. Very nice. Sadly, Eurostore had very little Silent Hill merch. Yeah, Silent Hill merch has always been kind of few and far between. To be fair, Konami has stepped it up in recent years. We've gotten a lot of cool stuff in the last couple years. Who needs a Silent Hill skateboard? I'm not saying I need it, but I've got 2 of them. I've got 2 of these damn skateboards. I've got the Pyramid Head Silent Hill 2 one, and I've got the Eileen Face Silent Hill 4 one. The Eileen one I've got set up to be hung up on the wall, and the Pyramid Head one I actually got trucks and wheels and everything. It's actually set up to skate on, because I was telling myself, I'm going to get healthy, I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to start skateboarding again. Because I used to skateboard a lot when I was younger, so. One set up to actually use and ride, and one for the wall. My grip tape for the Silent Hill 2 board, by the way, it's all red, and I cut it into a 9 red square pattern in the middle of the deck. It's nice. Got a James jacket. I don't have an official merch James jacket, but I do have a M51 military jacket that I put my own patches on. Got the homemade special. Know a certain someone who has a Silent Hill slot machine? I know 3 Silent Hill fans who have the Silent Hill slot machine, who have the Pachi slot. Enigma has it, and when I first moved to Georgia, Enigma and I were roommates, so I've played his machine. Ekdysis has one, and Kemi Rowe, Whitney Chavis, has one.
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us.
The Pachinko gods.
That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when Alessa, Mother of God, truly awakens,
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
she will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
One cool thing you got to do in your life is play the actual Silent Hill arcade game. It was great. The only arcade that was around me that I made the trip out to try and play one, the one time I went out to try it, it was not working. See, more than a Pachi slot, if I just had money to drop on crazy expensive Silent Hill shit, more than a Pachi slot, I would love to have a working cabinet for the arcade game. That'd be amazing. Finally got the last missing Silent Hill OST vinyl lately for a normal price. Nice, Bob. Very nice. I've still got a few of those I'm trying to track down.
Haunted mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around.
I've got 2 and 4.
Ready, then go through the door.
Still trying to get my hands on 1 and 3.
Help! Help! Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Ah, the cries of the children. The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying.
The one you played, the screen on the right side was not taking action, so only half of it worked. Oof.
I wanted to scare you, that's all.
Yeah, most of those games, unfortunately, are not, they're kind of difficult to maintain, even more than a lot of regular arcade cabinets are. So, these days, pretty much the majority of the Silent Hill arcade machines are either not functional at all, or have pretty big issues. If I knew what I was doing, and if I had the money,
that's Danny.
Maybe Danny will loan it to me.
Quiet young man, but quite friendly.
I'd love to get one and try and restore it.
He was so eager to meet you. His
Maybe
hometown
one day.
is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
Alright. And we're kind of in rush mode to get to Silent Hill 4. because I've been going for 9.5 hours today. Streamed for like 14 hours yesterday. But we gotta twerk for Danny. It's tradition. We gotta twerk for Danny.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing. I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you. That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really likes you. They want you to stay with them forever.
Really like the ghost house, so good. Yeah, Borley's is a great section in this game. I'm not really doing it justice, kind of rushing through, but there's a lot of neat stuff in Borley's. I love the just kind of the juxtaposition of the haunted house. These are things that are scary and spooky in the horror game, where you've been encountering actual really horrific things, and it just seems so silly by comparison.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
I can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
Hold it. I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how a god of mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life what you think. Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah?
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
He might kind of be right. I've always kind of considered that. More likely, Heather would still be able to reincarnate, but at the very least, it would delay things by several more years. Oops. Gotta go in the psychic hut. The fortune house. Oh. Sorry, Harry. Sorry, Douglas's notebook. I'm tired. Streamed a lot yesterday, streamed a lot today. Gotta be honest, I'm probably not gonna make it to Silent Hill 4. Even once we finish this. But that's alright. Almost 10 hours. Like I said, it was like almost a 14-hour stream yesterday. And I'm running on even less sleep tonight. But there will be Silent Hill. There will be more Silent Hill in the future. No worries. Ow. We got many more days to go. Well, this was kind of just a thing for this weekend. Monday through Friday, well, like I said, Wednesday and Thursday I've got doctor's appointments, so I'm probably not going to be streaming on those days. But Monday, Tuesday, Friday, I'm probably going to be getting back to Death Stranding 2. the quick shot pattern, so let's just save some ammo and do this. Silent Hill will never go away, as you said. Exactly. It'll always be in regular rotation for me. Weekdays right now. I'm really enjoying some chill Death Stranding 2 playthrough streams. But I might do some extra weekend streams, maybe not a full-on super long marathon like this, but I'd like to go through most of the main series before Silent Hill F comes out in 2 months. So we'll definitely get to like Silent Hill 4 and all the main series games before then. And then once Silent Hill F comes out, that's all I'm going to play and obsess over for probably several months after that. Story playthroughs, cam hacks. I mean, first playthrough, story playthroughs, cam hack playthroughs, speedruns. Let's hope it's any good. True. If it's not that good, I might not obsess over it that much. But so far, it looks like it's going to be pretty damn good. All right, Alessa. Alessa. Poke you. You're gonna get stabbed. Don't you run from me. Quit mistiming your attacks. Why? Why do you keep delaying? Thank you. Oh, she hit me with the 360s. She's hitting me with the 360s. She's looping me. She's looping me. Dead by Daylight. Hit it. Oh my god. So many 360s. She's got those DVD moves. to start moonwalking on. Like, actually, what are you doing? And where are you going? Stop it. Wait for dead hard. Gotta bait it out. Nice carpet for a drum kit, to be honest. Oh yeah, these are like the quintessential home studio rugs. When I was still working as a session musician, like, so many places that I worked in and recorded in had these red rugs. I forget what these are called. There's like a name for this type of rug with the like swirly patterns on them. Studio standard. Why did Alessa want to fight Heather anyway? According to Ito and developer commentary, Alessa has essentially gone insane through lack of existence. The fact that she still exists sort of as Heather, but has lost her identity, has lost who she is, and continues to exist in a form that is not her own. Like, the part of her that still remained, the memory of her, has lost her sanity. And you also have this text right here from Alessa. It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. Alessa saying that this version of herself should also die the same way she did. That child, that demon, when I think of the endless pain it will bring when it is birthed, the god growing in Heather, I decided that instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. So Alessa was like, I don't want you to go through the pain that I did. I don't want you to birth this god, so I'm going to just kill you myself. It's more gentle, it's more peaceful than having to live with birthing a god or reincarnating.
How did you get here? It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
What is growing within you? You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
Poor Heather. All right. Defeated by food poisoning. Poop cramps, they are the worst. Our Eye of Night tarot card. All right. Last little stretch of this game. I'll do what I can to get through it. Definitely not going to be able to get to Silent Hill 4 tonight. I'm sorry. I'm doing the last part of this standing up. So if I sound a little different or weird, it's because I adjusted my mic and moved my chair away. I think sitting in my chair is starting to mess with my back. My leg is starting to ache. That's usually a precursor to going numb. So I'm going to do the rest of this standing up. Wait. Is there a thing I need from that? Trying to remember. Nope. Nope. Ah, that's our cassette. Our Vincent cassette. The papers about the halo of the sun. Sorry. We're at a point where I'm skipping notes. We'll watch cutscenes, but I'm just trying to finish the game now. Hey, Tinkerbell, good morning. Welcome back.
Hiya, Heather.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
Oh no.
Don't worry. It's just a joke. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the Seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
Here's a book. I will not explain further. Refuse to elaborate. Do it. All right. I forget she automatically equips her pistol after the Claudia cutscene. The seed lies dormant. Zibia. Half the soul's lost. The power we could draw now would be very weak. Almost nothing. Don't do that. Walter doing voice acting? I mean, that was in Silent Hill 1, that was Harry Inaba. That was one of the producers. Walter does voice act, well, Walter's voice actor, Dennis Fault, is in Silent Hill 2. He's Mary's doctor in the audio flashback. When James is like, "You're a doctor. It's your job to help people." And you hear the doctor like, "I'm very sorry. There's still no treatment for her condition. Yeah, that's Walter. Oh yeah, I hear it. Yeah, once you know it's Dennis' fault, and you listen to it, you'll never be able to unhear it as Walter Sullivan, as Mary's doctor. Once you know it's him. Whoa, whoa, boys, settle down. This. Have all the things. I have the things. That blood room gave me nightmares first time playing this. Got stuck and couldn't figure how to get out. The one with the enemies that I ran through. Like here with the bloody walls, or here. This one. This one I understand getting stuck because once the textures change, it's hard to find the door. Did you ever kill all the things here? If you actually kill everything in here and watch the textures, they change. Cool little detail there. You clear out the enemies, and then just hang out and watch the textures melt away back into the normal room. Any ideas on why the textures change from developers, Nub? Just looks cool. It's a cool effect. I don't think it needs to be much deeper than that, especially since they were finally figuring out really how to make stuff for the PS2 at this point. Like, they were all pretty experienced with PlayStation 1, and Silent Hill 2 was their first thing on PS2, but they were still kind of learning how to make stuff for that hardware. By the time they were working on this game, they learned a lot, so they were trying to throw every trick they learned into the game. Moving textures, translucent textures, depth of field focus, like all these different things. So I think it was just kind of flexing, to be honest. Showing off some really cool moving textures that a lot of games at that time weren't really doing. I mean, even if you want to look at it from a symbolic standpoint, you're clearing out the manifestations. So, like, the other world in the room is sort of subsiding, if you want to view it that way. But I think it's just a cool-looking visual that the devs probably just really wanted to use. Why not use it? Best artwork of Harry Mason ever done. Just gonna look at my notes for this. I don't remember off the top of my head. I ain't reading all that shit. Which is sad, because there was a point in my life not that long ago where I had all these puzzle solutions memorized. Okay, Eye of Night in the top left, Moon in the top. Why did it go away? There we go. Priestess is down here. No, Priestess is here. Eye of Night is above the Priestess. Fool is here. Moon's above the Fool. Hanged Man's in the bottom middle.
What do I want? Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like Alessa 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home? This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
You'll go to hell!
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a God born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Yeah. Tell her. It's time to eat your candy necklace.
What are you doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow?
She has tattoos inside her fingers on... Yeah, Technokami. It's the runes from the Halo of the Sun.
What is this?
The runes that are like around the border. There's a lot of little details and stuff in her tattoos on this skin. There's little Valtiels on her arms, and the palms of her hands are tarot cards with Valtiel on them.
Claudia!
There's kanji on her body for Fujin and Raijin, Japanese gods of wind and thunder.
Alessa, you cannot kill God.
Imagine this scene in a remake? God. I can't wait. We're gonna get Silent Hill 1 remake first. And there's already a lot of stuff in that I can't wait to see. We're going to see a god rip its way out of the back of a 14-year-old girl in photorealistic graphics on Unreal Engine 5. It's going to be fucking insane. Excited to see what they do with remake? Me too, dids. Bloober did a great job with Silent Hill 2 remake. I hope they learn a lot from their experience with that. And make Silent Hill 1 remake even better. Do you think they'll complete it? Add what was lost, or 1-1 remake as is? What do you consider being lost? Lost? Silent Hill 1 is not like... It doesn't have a whole lot of cut content or censorship. Like, the biggest things are the childlike mumbler designs. But those were in the North American version. They weren't in the PAL or Japanese release because of CESA Ethics Committee standards back in 1999. That committee doesn't exist now. The standards don't exist today. You can have childlike enemies in video games. There's plenty of other games that have childlike enemies that you can kill and attack. Like, those standards back then are not the standards today. So there will be absolutely no problem, no question that the gray children, as most people call them, it's not correct, by the way. Gray children are the ones from the movie and from Book of Memories. They're mumblers. Whether you mean the clawed, fingered variety or the childlike version, they're all mumblers. But they'll be in the remake. I can guarantee that. I would bet money on it. They're not going to leave them out. There's no reason to leave them out. Dead Space 2, and Dead Space Remake. 3 off the top of my head with childlike enemies. There's also the new game that just came out, Ill, I think it's called, that has literal little zombie babies that you can kick across the room and shoot. There's a ton of games. There's games like The Last of Us, where you see not monster variations, actual children being shot and killed. Like, those standards don't exist anymore. You can put that stuff in games now. The only reason they weren't in the PAL and Japanese versions were because of standards back then that don't exist today. So that stuff, that'll be in there. Might be thinking of something else, but weren't sections lost in a power outage? That was Silent Hill 2. The Eddie scenes. Eddie throwing up in the toilet was apparently much more gross and much more visceral. So there were scenes added to the Eddie sequences in Silent Hill 2 that were lost because of a power outage. But nothing was really cut from Silent Hill 1. There's a lot of misinformation out there on that as well. There's like unused enemies in the game files, but those were not cut. Those were animation tests. That's been confirmed by Masahiro Ito. They were never intended to be in the game. They were literally just tests for getting used to using the software, soft image. So a lot of people are like, oh, I hope they put the cut enemies back in the game and restore the lost zoo level. That's not a thing. Fans made up the zoo level part, and the enemies, the animal-like enemies that are in the game files that weren't used, those were just animation tests that were never intended to be used. So there's not stuff really missing from Silent Hill 1 that would need to be like restored or put into the remake. I think it'll be fairly faithful. I do think they're going to add in some of the things that were expanded on with Silent Hill 3. We might see like references to Claudia and her relationship to Alessa in the Silent Hill 1 remake, stuff like that. But for the most part, I'm imagining it'll probably be a pretty faithful 1-to-1 remake. Same stories, same events. It'll be expanded on, but not super different. Not with a ton of new stuff added or anything. Yeah, more explorable town, new places you can go in, probably some changed up and new puzzles. A lot like how Silent Hill 2 Remake was. All the core stuff is still there. There's a couple of new scenes. You get the new scene with Angela in Rosewater Park. You get, little things like that. A couple new endings. But for the most part, I think it'll be fairly faithful to the OG. Bloober already found an award-winning formula. They're not going to try and break from that. That's Silent Hill 3. Enjoy the ending, enjoy the credits. That's going to be it for me tonight. I was going to try to really get to Silent Hill 4, but I've been going for 10 and a half hours today after doing 14 hours yesterday. That's the most I've streamed in 2 days back to back in a very long time.
Is that the end?
But this is good. We're going to definitely do some more marathons and stuff more
Time
often.
to roll the credits.
Roll the credits.
Dad. You're still alive.
Heather, what Heather?
Oh. Just a joke.
You've got terrible taste.
Sorry.
Heather, did you...
You don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
You want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
Spoke of tortured souls, so outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. Must have the will. this movie doesn't end.